Are we live? I said, are we live? Are we live in his app? Are we live? Let's get started.
Rodero, the one man show. And if you didn't know, you better learn quick. Cause I'm asking the question: who you with? Where you from? What you done? What you got? Who you shot? Where's your gun? Why you running, son? Yeah, yeah. You feel that bass line.
Well,
Your clever and ways, I'm coming to free you slaves from yoke of materialism, drugism, thugism. So wake up before I break up. Your jewelry, your oversized truck. Step to me, good luck, you're gonna need it. Like MJ, I'll make you beat it. Those ghetto alerts don't hit, so before you spit, reach into your bag of trick, and I don't mean a cereal. I'm more lethal than a venereal disease, so let the hate and see. Speaking of cereal, I'm not a killer, I'm a thriller. Locking your ass up like Bonnie Miller. Welcome back to the area you dreamed about. Dropping knowledge and insults what I'm about. I don't like it. Well, let's exchange. You're not cerebral enough to hang with the cells in his brain. So when it comes to physics, you got a limp biscuit. I've been around 24 years and you still say, who is this? Stop asking. Stop magging. Or it's you, I'll be attacking next. So flex and get dumped on your neck. I carry you around like a knapsack. Then deposit you fell on your black. Yo, I'm asking a question. Who you with? Where you from? What you done? What you got? Who you shot? Where's your gun?
why are you running, son?
Yo, stop hating, stop bitching. I don't sound like you. So stop tripping. And I got the power to shut the fuck up or listen to something different. No one brings it like me. I'm exciting and inviting you to hear a free sample of a lyrical bubbling example. I'm creating, composing whatever sample. Don't care, great, go home and masturbate. I'm not the musical head of state, but I'm yours. I'm traveling the water you can't navigate. I'm the captain of keep rapping. My knowledge keep this foot tapping. I follow the right path. Y'all don't accept it and feel my rap. If you hustle, you got to go. If you use blow, you got to go rehab, go back to where you came from, Skid Row. Just get off, you be more streets, you get put to sleep. An ordinary citizen you can't maintain, yo. I'm working on your brain cells. Man, what's so hard about living today? We earn money, but we lost our way. Yo, grow up. At the community meetings, you never show up unless it's on police brutality. You don't see bums like me handcuffed on TV. You're an investment to your community, a black mark on your family. And I'm asking you, where you from? What you got? Yo, who you driving? Where's your gun? Why you running, son? Yo, you know what I'm talking about when talent you keep walking in the other direction. Another poor reflection of generation experts on respectful knowledge. The few that go to college ain't learning nothing. Well, I first to speak on something. If you don't swing, don't flash that bling bling. I respond, I don't see, so stand back, I'm letting go. You knuckleheads piss me off, yo, I'm bringing it full barrel. Shooting your asses like James Quarrel. So if you're a shot caller, come face this bad knuckle brawler. When I rap, it's full contact, I'm not coming to hang. But to put you on your back, bring your loose cracks. Who you with? Where you from? What you done? What you got? Who you shot? Where's your gun? Why you running, son? Rodero, the one man show. Yo, you're bragging. And when you get out, you want around. Like clown. Leave the hoes alone. Leave the streets alone. Didn't think about picking up that microphone because you fucking.
I can't see the buttons. There it is. Y'all ready for the night? I'm asking the question. Are you taking a day about two ladies that dressed up as old women just to get the vaccine? They got locked up. Should they? Go ahead and minimize that. And let's go ahead and get us another window open for our video backups. That's what they are. They backups. All right, y'all. I asked the question. Why is the chat so quiet? Are you going to take the vaccine? We do the case numbers every night, and the cases over the past week have dropped tremendously. But the deaths are still staying high. We have over 505,000 as we checked yesterday. I don't know what it is now. Dead from the coronavirus. They say it's 30 new strains of it out. Are you going to take the vaccine? If you are you going to take the Pfizer or are you going to take the Moderna? You might not have a choice which one, depending on where you live and where you go. For those of you that say you ain't taking Trump rush vaccine, you'll take your chances. What if they tell you you can't work unless you take the vaccine? What if they tell you you can't get your benefits if you don't take the vaccine? What if they tell you you can't get none of that stimulus help with your mortgage or your rent? That your employers won't get the grants that they supposed to get out the stimulus if their employees not vaccinated? What if they tell you that you can't get your welfare or your SSI or your railroad or you can't get your pension? Suppose getting vaccinated becomes the mark of the beast. where you can't do services unless you got proof you vaccinated. Well, they make you wear a stamp that says, I've been vaccinated. I don't have to wear a mask. I've been vaccinated. These are the things that I'm asking about tonight. Anybody have any opinion? Anybody have any opinion on anything I just said? Anybody want to call in and talk? There's the link. All righty, we got 7 people here. Where's everybody? Hey, Chun Li, nobody got an opinion? This is something that everybody can weigh in on. It don't matter where you live, where you from. The CV is affecting you in some way, whether it be your relative, your friends. Most of us know somebody who died from the CV. I do. The old lady used to live across the street. Her husband is so sad and so lonely right now. Nobody had no stories. Well, I don't know why my contact is bothering me. I took my insulin, but wait a minute, I can't find you now. I got stories mixed up all in different hangouts. Where's Snazzy at? All right, we're gonna look at a young lady by the name of Nicole Tyler. She's a YouTuber. I want y'all to see the day she got the vaccine and then see what happened afterwards. So let me copy that link and let's go. Snazzy says, not taking it will deal with whatever comes as far as mandatory issues. Thus far, it's not mandatory. Oh, it ain't mandatory yet, but I get the feeling. Having that CV.
Oh, hey, everybody. This is your girl, Miss Nicole Tyler. I am in the building for a good maybe 5 minutes before I carry my little butt back
Wait a
home.
minute, she not showing up.
What's going to happen so I can be prepared. Okay. You know, I got everything in order, you know, my life insurance and everything just in case, you know, you just never know. But if you saw the title of the video, I got the vax. Okay. I got the vax. I got this. It says, I got my COVID-19 vaccination. That's me now. That's me now. Y'all know I was totally against
How long is this?
I was like, hell to the no.
I got time
to quit my job, everything. Okay. Let me tell you. I was, you know, I've been watching the news. I know they double tongue, double standards, they lying, fork tongue. And I said, okay, maybe, just maybe, my city don't have it. You know, they're saying that they don't have it. You know, Joe Biden claiming that he have to order all these many more doses. I'm like, yeah, it's not here in my city. We don't have it. Child, I don't know why I was telling myself those damn lies, because come to find out, a lot of people done got it. A lot of nurses that I know done got it. Okay, they just not telling nobody until you ask them, and then they say, "Oh yeah, I've been took it," and then you look like, what? And I'm like, what? You know. So yeah, a lot of nurses, CNAs, and people that, you know, I've been talking to and interviewing on the low, because I'm trying to get the information so I can find out what am I gonna do and what I don't want to do this. Okay. So, my job sent my information to the CDC. They let me know they was going to do it. I was like, yeah, maybe they'll wait till May or something. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, yeah, I ain't worried about it. They're going to do it. I ain't thinking about this because they're going to send my name in to CDC and they don't have these shots, and people are charging thousands of dollars and, you know, to get their hand on the vax. Child, they said, we need you to come in tomorrow. Heck of your appointment, come in. I made the appointment like at 8 o'clock that night. And they said, come on in tomorrow at this time. I said, what? I said, well, y'all ain't even give me no time to get it in my mind. I'm like, oh my God, I got to get all my papers in order. I don't know what the hell going on. I got to get all the stuff in order and what's going to happen with my kids if anything happen. Okay. Yeah. So, my kids came with me and everything, I was ready. I was dressed nice just in case, and they said, I had my kids with me because I was ready. And I'm like, Lord, this lady's serious. When I walked in, they were looking at me like, whoa. I was like, hell yeah, I'm ready. This is my decision. This is my decision. I got my family with me. And it went smooth. You don't feel it. I asked about the Moderna. That's what I got, the Moderna. She told me that after they take it out the freezer, they can use it up to 6 hours. What else she said? She said, but they, of course, it's packed. Y'all see people going past me. I need to be leaving so they can get the park. She said, but of course, it's going so fast. She's saying the lady who did me ran. She's given with so many doses in one vial, it don't last that long. So they're doing a whole lot of sticking. Okay, you don't feel it. I asked about the needle gauge. I know this stuff really in my head, even though I haven't given shots in a long time because of course I'm working with one person now. But just because I was so nervous and listening to a lot of the stuff going on and the information coming out, misinformation and information, that stuff ran out of my head. The only thing I'm thinking about is life or death. Death. I won't thinking about no needle sizes. I look here. I don't want to, but I went in. I asked about the needle size. I asked about the she said the Moderna. I said, well, I will be keeping eye on it. I feel my arm feel fine. I just got it probably about 15-20 minutes ago. So, I don't feel that much discomfort or anything now. It's just every now and then you feel a little something like a zzz. You feel a little zzz. That's it. Like a little shock and zzz at the site. That's all I'm feeling right now because I just got it 20 minutes. Maybe 30 minutes because I sat out there and waited for 15 minutes to see if anything was going to happen. Any reactions? Because I'm ready. I got stuff in the car and everything for me to take real fast. I got stuff in my car. I came packed with my little stuff, for allergies and anything else. They gave me this sticker with a camera. They gave me this. Got my little card. They give you a card. They give you this card, or you get your own card or whatever. And what else? And then they tell you 28 days you're supposed to get the next one. Now, from what I'm hearing from people is just not everybody, because some people are saying they didn't have any problems with neither shot. But I have heard from another person, because I was doing my interviewing, and she did say that a lot of the nurses and CNAs were out because after they took the second shot is when they started feeling sick and nauseated and whatever else. So they were out. I'm going to be prepared. I'm going to be buying up everything and, all the fruits and vegetables and all the herbs and every damn thing I can take, I even got a person to come in to do IVs. What I want to say. What the world is it called? Me, my mind just go blank.
Okay.
To do the IVs B12.
Okay. That's when she got it. Look at her now.
Hey everybody.
What happened?
I just want to say thank you all for praying for me.
What happened, y'all?
I just want to say thank
What happened to her smiling all in the camera?
I just want to tell y'all, give y'all an update, and just keep praying, and let y'all know how I'm feeling. I'm still sick. I'm still not myself. I'm trying to get better the best I can. My breathing still kind of messed up, and I'm still not walking right. And
You're not walking right.
I'm just confused and sad. Because I'm not right. I'm embarrassed. I shouldn't have took that shot. I thought I could handle it, but the shot just is strong. So it's still making me weak. So I'm trying to do the best I can. You know, I saw those ladies online and they were shaking and all that stuff. They was having like all these neurological problems. And I was real sad for them. And I now understand because I'm having neurological problems myself. I think theirs a little worse than mine. But I did see their videos. I was real sad. But now I understand now because with this shot, it kind of like take over your nerves and stuff. So I think that's what I'm going through because I'm not able to walk, real good and breathe. And I'm not able to do a lot of things now, but I'm trying, so I don't be a burden. So, I just want to come to y'all, just to tell y'all, some people having problems, some people not. It's just that I guess when you put that stuff in your body, you really don't know how it affect you. And I didn't think it would be this way. I thought, I'll get the shot and do the best I can, like everybody else, and don't have problems. I knew I was allergic to
Yes, Naz, you're keeping her and everybody in prayer.
But I didn't think it'll, really just take over my body and, my nerves and all this bullshit. So I'm just trying to do the best I can. I know it seems so weird for me too, y'all, because a lot of y'all know me. Y'all know I try to tell people how to take care of themselves and how to eat the right foods and stuff. But I never thought that. I just never thought I would see this day. I'm used to taking care of people. I'm not used to being the other person is sick. So I'm so frustrated because I can't even do simple stuff. I'm so pissed off at myself that I have to ask for help since this happened. I'm so embarrassed. I don't even know what to do. All I know is that the government gave me some shot and it told everybody it's going to help. And I didn't believe it in the beginning because I knew it was poison. But I was trying to outweigh the good and the bad for my family, my job. And I end up on the losing side. So I feel terrible. I feel embarrassed that the government did this to me. And nothing ever was wrong with me in the beginning. So I tried to come to y'all just to give y'all some motivation for me. And I'm never going to give up on y'all. I'm never going to give up on telling y'all the truth. And I just want y'all to be strong,
So, all righty. I ask y'all again. Now that you heard testimony, and that's from a fellow YouTuber who went live after taking the shot. And now she says, wait a minute, where did I go? Wait a minute, something ain't right. Well, where did I go? Where am I at? Hold on a second. Something ain't right. Are we flagged? Where did I go? Stop screen sharing. Something ain't right. Hold on a second, y'all. Where am I at? Did I get knocked out? Cam and Mike? Camera? Yeah. It's there. Where am I at? Where did I go? Seriously, where did I go? Something's wrong. Where am I at? So what's wrong with the camera? All right, am I back? There we go. Somehow the green screen got put on and we don't have a green screen. It totally blacked me out. Okay. All right. I don't know what happened, y'all. Y'all know we still learning how to use this. All right. Now, at least I know y'all paying attention now. We heard from a lady who was so happy the day she took it. Face all in the camera. Just, after she got it. Pitch black screen. She don't want you to see how she look. She says she can't walk. Well, she doing the best thing she can do not to be a burden. She's used to taking care of other people, not people taking care of her. If you take this vaccine, you could go from being the strong person in the household, the person that look after everybody else. They're going to have to look after you if you take this vaccine. There's a good chance. Are you going to take the vaccine? I'm asking the question. Are you going to take the vaccine? You saw a woman vibrant. Just, here I am. Hey, look at me. I took it. Look, here's my look, here's my proof and everything. And then you see it. Hey. Do you really want to take the vaccine? Anybody have any stories of anybody they know who took the vaccine? Wasn't you telling me about somebody snazzing? Anybody know somebody who took the vaccine? Are they okay? Are they okay or are they falling to pieces? Let me try this again. Share screen. Bring that window in. Okay. Then go to the Hangout. And nobody ain't said nothing. Ooh. All right, y'all. We got some stuff to look at here real quick. Nobody still ain't commented.
The new MyW.
Oh, you can see it. I see it on the screen. Come on.
That video of Sandra Lindsay, an intensive care nurse receiving the first vaccination at Long Island Jewish Medical Center in New York.
The U.S. began vaccinating the population against the coronavirus in December of 2020. The goal is to get the COVID vaccine to every person in the U.S. who wants one. But survey data shows that nearly 40% of the U.S. population doesn't want it. Widespread mistrust might have something to do with the fact that if anything goes wrong with the vaccine, the drug makers that produce them aren't responsible.
This is a remarkable circumstance. It's certainly not like anything anybody's ever seen before.
That means that companies like Pfizer and Moderna have total immunity against lawsuits
That means you can't sue them.
resulting from taking the COVID vaccines. Meanwhile, employers are legally allowed to require employees to get immunized against the virus.
Requiring a vaccine is a health and safety work rule, and employers can do that.
Ultimately, if we want any chance at returning to life as normal, mass vaccination is going to be critical. So how do you convince the public to take a vaccine made in record time using technology that's never before been licensed? And is anyone to blame if something goes wrong?
Frontrunners Pfizer and Moderna built their COVID vaccines with a new kind of technology that's never before been licensed in the US. Typically, a vaccine puts a weakened or inactivated virus into our bodies to trigger an immune response. But the coronavirus vaccine relies on messenger RNA, which contains a piece of genetic code with instructions for our body. The mRNA tells our cells to make a protein, the same protein that's a spike on top of the actual coronavirus. This is what triggers the immune response to COVID-19, which then produces antibodies. Those antibodies are what ultimately protect us from getting infected if we ever encounter the real thing. Both companies have said that taking their vaccines could result in side effects similar to mild COVID symptoms like muscle pain, chills, and a headache. Even though side effects of the vaccine resemble COVID-19 symptoms, it's impossible to contract the coronavirus from the vaccine because the mRNA vaccines that Pfizer and Moderna are making don't use the live virus.
I experienced, stiffness, pain in my left arm where I had gotten the vaccine, but it was mild.
The second dose was a different story for Betalvi.
After the injection, I had the same side effects as the first. So the localized pain, stiffness, it was a little bit worse.
More significant symptoms presented that evening.
I had developed a low-grade fever and, stuff associated with that. So the fatigue had worsened. I had gotten chills.
Other trial participants from both the Pfizer and Moderna studies have reported similar issues after the second shot. One Pfizer trial participant told CNBC that after the booster shot, he woke up with chills, shaking so hard he cracked a tooth. For him, it hurt to even just lay in his bedsheet. But this kind of reaction isn't the norm.
Both of these vaccines are about 95% effective, but it's still unclear how long this protection lasts, which is what worries some doctors more than the potential for any sort of long-term side effects.
There is a concern that once the immune response against the vaccine wanes, that we might see more disease. And that is why all the phase 3 clinical trials against COVID continue to run, even with after demonstrating the early efficacy.
One major benefit of the mRNA technology is how quickly it can be developed.
And that is one of the reasons why the messenger RNA technology was sort of first in line right after knowing the virus genetic sequence.
But the COVID vaccine's faster manufacturing timeline is part of what has been fueling widespread fear that it's unsafe to get the shot.
Experts, however, say the process was no less rigorous than usual.
A lot of the steps that would occur in sequence in the past has been occurring in parallel during COVID, but they were not eliminated in terms of determining the safety of the vaccine.
Commercial.
The FDA may have cleared the Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine for emergency use, but mass adoption, it's not guaranteed. Roughly 4 in 10 Americans say they would definitely or probably not get a vaccine. While this is lower than it was 2 months ago, to achieve herd immunity, experts say that about 70% of the population needs to be vaccinated or have natural antibodies.
Hey.
Central to closing this trust gap is a robust and reliable national education campaign. The Department of Health and Human Services is slated to spend $250 million in taxpayer money on this effort. But this push by the federal government to educate the public has been plagued by controversy. For everything from allegedly trying to politicize the message to concern over the lengthy delay in rolling out the targeted messaging that was promised. At least 15 states told NBC News in early December they weren't waiting for the HHS campaign. Instead, they launched their own communication campaigns to expedite the message. The private sector is also playing a big role.
It's everyone's responsibility. And what we do know is that pharmacy and pharmacists are actually in everyone's community. We have pharmacists who are within 5 miles of probably 90% of Americans. Really, pharmacists are up there as one of the most trusted healthcare professionals. And the survey recently said that 3 or 4 Americans basically said they trust pharmacists to administer their COVID-19 vaccine.
Closing the COVID vaccine trust gap will prove especially difficult in communities of color, which have been hit hardest by the pandemic. Black Americans, for example, are dying from COVID-19 at almost 3 times the rate of white Americans in the US. That's part of why federal health officials have talked about giving priority access to the vaccine to people of color. But there is an overwhelming resistance to inoculation. A survey released at the end of November 2020 found that only 14% of Black Americans mostly or completely trust a COVID vaccine will be safe, and 18% trust it will be effective in shielding them from the coronavirus.
We've had continued mistrust because of people who have been frankly abused within the healthcare system, not treated respectfully, not approached in a culturally competent manner, denied access to care.
Experts say the memory of the Tuskegee syphilis experiment has also fueled suspicion. For 40 years, starting in 1992, the U.S. Public Health Service used Black men to conduct a study of the progression of the lethal syphilis disease.
And because of racism, overt racism, and even micro insults that have occurred to people of color in the health system, people developed a degree of mistrust.
Combating this narrative may take a more targeted approach. The National Medical Association, of which Benjamin is a member, is convening a group of Black doctors for an expert task force that will independently assess the safety and efficacy of COVID-19 vaccines.
We know that patients trust their doctors. And many of the surveys have shown that if their physician recommends it, they are much more likely to take the vaccine.
We're all hosts of Top Gear America. It's a
If you suffer severe side effects after getting the COVID vaccine, there's basically no one to blame in a U.S. court of law. Take the vaccine makers. Health and Human Services Secretary Alex Azar invoked the Public Readiness and Emergency Preparedness Act in February of 2020, which protects the makers of COVID products such as vaccines and treatments from legal action. This protection lasts until 2024.
Essentially, in order to encourage companies to get into the space, to develop vaccines for the good of the public, for the public health, the government comes up with a program which immunizes those companies from liability for any injuries or damages caused by taking the vaccine.
That means for the next 4 years, companies like Pfizer and Moderna can't be sued for money damages in court over injuries related to the administration or use of products to treat or protect against COVID-19. But drug makers like Pfizer continue to reassure the public no shortcuts were taken.
This is a vaccine that is getting approved by all authorities in the world. So that should say something to them.
Pfizer and Moderna did not return CNBC's request for comment on their legal protections. But remember, it was the FDA that actually cleared the vaccine for use. So does the federal government bear any responsibility?
You can't sue the FDA for approving or disapproving a drug. That's part of its sovereign immunity.
Sovereign immunity traces back to British law before the American Revolution. You couldn't sue the king. The US adopted that same principle. There are limited exceptions, but legal experts say they don't provide a viable legal path to hold the government responsible for a COVID vaccine injury. And the workplace now introduces a unique set of legal challenges related to the vaccine. Once the FDA upgrades its emergency authorization to a full approval in a few months from now, there's speculation that employers could require staff to get inoculated.
The clients of mine that are most interested in making a mandatory vaccine a condition of employment are brick and mortar operations that have a lot of foot traffic from their customers. They view it as a selling point. Look, you can come into our business location and it's safe because all employees have been vaccinated. That's particularly important for restaurants, bars, gyms, and salons.
While this is in part a PR tactic, it is also legally within an employer's rights to roll out this kind of requirement.
Requiring a vaccine is a health and safety work rule, and employers can do that.
Now, some employees could apply to be exempt from a blanket requirement. If a workforce is unionized, the collective bargaining agreement may require negotiating with the union before mandating a vaccine. Anti-discrimination laws also provide some protections. But legal experts say that if an employee is forced to get a vaccine and suffers a debilitating injury from it, claims would be routed through workers' compensation programs and treated as an on-the-job injury.
So if you're looking for accountability, you're probably going to have to use other accountability tools beside the court. If you're looking for compensation, you should use a government compensation program.
The National Vaccine Injury Compensation Program, better known by the name Vaccine Court, is relatively easy to use and generous in terms of what it's willing to pay out to those who are eligible. But because the COVID vaccine has not yet been recommended for routine administration to pregnant women or children, it doesn't qualify. Another program, and the only real pool of cash available to those harmed by the COVID vaccine, is a fund attached to the PrEP Act. The so-called Countermeasures Injury Compensation Program has been around for a decade, but experts specializing in vaccine law say it's a lot more difficult to navigate.
The problem with the PrEP Act is that it's attached to a government compensation program that's very hard to use, where the bar for compensation is very high.
Since the program began 10 years ago, the CICP has only compensated 29 claims, totaling more than $6 million.
If a case for compensation through the CICP is successful, however, the program provides up to $50,000 per year for unreimbursed lost wages and any out-of-pocket medical expenses. It won't cover legal fees nor anything to compensate for pain and or suffering. It's also capped at the death benefit of $370,376, which is the most that a surviving family member receives in the event that a COVID vaccine proves to be fatal. There's also a strict one-year statute, meaning that all claims have to be filed within 12 months of getting the vaccine.
People who are harmed by a COVID-19 vaccine deserve to be compensated fast and generously. The PrEP Act doesn't do that.
The HRSA declined CNBC's request for an interview. Rice says the best fix is to change the rulebook of the National Vaccine Injury Compensation Program.
An easy solution is to say anyone harmed by a COVID-19 vaccine is compensated under that program, but that will require legislative change.
Should that legislative change happen, lawyers tell CNBC that there usually is a retroactive provision once a new vaccine is added to the VICP. That would be good news for those injured by the COVID vaccine, who would then have access to a much larger pool of cash that has a better track record for rewarding compensation. But for now, it remains to be seen whether Congress will actually make the change, meaning that compensation options are limited.
I'm hoping people don't look at this and say, heck, I'm limited in what I can recover in the event of a serious injury or in the event of any injury. So I'm not going to take it. It's not overreaching by the government whatsoever. It's the government doing what it should be doing, which is protecting the public health generally.
Okay. All righty, y'all. We got something from No Night by Cares. Copy link address. And Nia, I saw your email. It says, I saw your email and YouTube makes the corrections, just like what happened to the 55 we had the other day. They make the corrections. So, not a big deal.
Hey, everybody. First, I want to introduce myself, and my name is Shauna Skelton. and I'm very real. And unfortunately,
Oh, Lord.
it's also very real.
No.
I didn't know what else to do other than to just come on live and show everybody what my body is going through at all waking hours of my day. First and foremost, I want to thank everybody online and my friends and family that have reached out and prayed, because I think that's the only thing we have going for us right now is a prayer. And on Monday, well, let's just say I don't know what's happening to my body, okay? It's a good question to me as it is for you, but I know that on Monday, I was a very functioning person, zero medical issues. I work every day. I've been a CNA for 25 years, and I love my patients. I love my job. I got the COVID vaccine from Moderna on January the 4th. On Tuesday, I had mild flu-like symptoms. I went to work. Stomach pains and diarrhea.
Hey, Liz.
You know, on Tuesday, normal flu-like symptoms. Wednesday, I wasn't feeling good. I wasn't able to go to work. My tongue began to spasm out of control. By Thursday morning, I was in full body convulsions. When I get upset, they get a lot worse. But for the most part, this is my typical day. This is right now. I've even taken 2 Valiums. And this is how much my body just controls me. And I know I have a lot of support. A lot of you people on Facebook are really mean. I didn't ask for this. And how do you just wake up one day and your whole world is wrong?
Hey, Liz, are you taking the vaccine?
It's beyond me. And I can't make sense of it. I can walk, but my legs just bounce. I try to stay positive. I joke around. And I know a lot of you are probably going to be jealous that I have better dance than you when I stand. And that's just me trying to be positive. But tomorrow I'm supposed to go to somewhere in Eastern Kentucky and I think get a shock treatment. But I just appreciate everybody's prayers. Do you want to help me get up and walk? I'm just exhausted. It's exhausting for your body to constantly go like this. But it is what it is. And I don't know how else to prove that. I will. And thank you for your prayers. And there's nothing that would convince me
Oh,
that
Jesus,
this is
help her,
not
please.
from the Moderna vaccine. And
Oh. Liz says she don't know if she on the fence. Just the thought that you could wind up like that. Just the thought. She said it impacts everyone differently. Well, what if you one of the ones that are impacted? That's what got me in trouble last time, hitting that one. Okay, it didn't do it this time. That's what could happen to you, hey Nia. If you one of the ones, they say it don't happen to everybody. Some people get the Bell's palsy, but they be like, it definitely does something to the nervous system. You heard the woman, and she ain't the only one, but the woman we saw earlier, she said she kept getting a tingling in her arm. We showed a video about a month ago where a man said that his upper part of his arm swelled up. this is obviously affecting the nerves. And if it starts affecting the nerves, it can make the nerves disconnect from the circuitry of the body. And when that happens, you don't have control of your functions. You can't walk right. Your body start doing stuff it want to do. You like, hey, what are you doing? It's like, hey, I'm going over here. I'm going over there. And then you like, what's wrong with you? I don't know. I can't stop it. Is it worth the risk? I think I'd rather wear a mask the rest of my life than to be one of the people. John Lee says, my heart goes out to them all. Liz said, I know it makes you wonder. Liz says, yes, my neighbor was sick for 14 days. Nita says, look up baseball player Hank Aaron. He passed after taking the vaccine. Yeah, we covered that story now. Liz said, but now he's fine. Nita says, Liz, virtual hug. So, well, Liz says she on the fence. When I see stuff like that, I'd rather take, look, I'm already ugly enough. I'm already short. I'm already fat. God darn, do I need something else? God darn, how much can you put on somebody? And then to know you did it to yourself. To know that you did it to yourself. And Lord knows if you're single, it's one thing if you already married, then you hope your mate stay. But if you don't get married, who going with you? I'm just being honest. I'm not making fun of nobody. I'm just being honest. It can literally take you right off the dating scene board. Just knock you out the game. Be like, hey, Joe single. Joe. Yeah, really. Really. She think I'd rather have a robot. Yes, Nancy, I hope your sister get better soon too. I ain't understood what you said at first. Liz says, I know BD, you just don't know with this vaccine. So what would happen, Liz, if your job said that you had to take the vaccine or you can't come back to work, you fired? Would you take the vaccine then? What if they got the $1,400 stimulus and they dangling it in front of your face? Would you get the shot? What if you 4 months behind on your mortgage or rent, and in order to get the grant to pay it off, they say, hey, did you get your shot yet? You ain't got your shot? You don't qualify for the grant. Would you take it? That's the question I'm asking. Would you take it? Would you risk it? And you can't sue the manufacturers of the vaccine. You cannot sue them. So you can't get no money. Sean Lee said if somebody wouldn't have you been like that, who would want them? Sean Lee makes a good point. But God darn, you would have to put the personality on. You would have to bring your full swag. And be like, baby, you sure look good today. Baby, can I holler at you for a minute? Baby, let me tell you, can I take you out to dinner? They were like, this guy trying to talk to me. This guy trying to talk to me. What the hell wrong with him? If you keep hanging around, maybe they can overlook it. See, that's the power of persistence. If you can hang around long enough, you might can overlook it. You might can make people forget. That's the power of persistence, you know. Like I've seen guys take their shirt off and get in front of the camera just to get the women to watch them. I see the women doing their hair and their fingernails, and they got their breasts all out in front of the camera to get the thirsty guys to look at them, you know. And I'm sitting there, they got the worst personalities. They sound mannish, and yet, because they throwing some jugs in your face, they expect you to overlook that. All tattooed up. They expect you to overlook that. Y'all understand what I'm saying? That's because they can put some jugs in your face. You supposed to overlook that. It'd be the same thing. That's why I say heroes like Screech and Steve Urkel, they were heroes. Because they got people to accept them, even though they were geekish. If you do take the vaccine and you do get that, your personality should shine through. No matter what physical disability you have, let your spirit, let it shine out. It will attract the right people. It might attract all people. Nia said, BDS, that's not how everyone with Bell's palsy is affected. We have a friend born with the condition. She's a beautiful person and married to a great fella. Well, there's a wrestling announcer. He used to be in, actually, he used to be in Mid-South Wrestling. Then he was in WCW. Then he was in the WWE. That's where he made his name at. Now he on AEW. He had the Bell's palsy, and he had it bad. But he kept working, and people got used to it. And then they got rid of him. But the people got used to it. His name was Jim Ross. And it caused his face half his face froze up. But he still kept working. And he's working to this day. And I admire him for it, but at the same time, I don't want to go through it. I don't want to go through it. If I can avoid it, I don't want to have to go through it. If you know there's a percentage, there's a chance. I'll give you an example. Look up polio. Polio was a debilitating disease. It was debilitating and it was ravaging, especially young people. It was ravaging them. They came up with a polio vaccine. But the problem with the vaccine is there is polio. The polio disease is in the vaccine, but it's a small dose. It ain't the full thing. It's a small dose. And the thinking is you put the small dose in your body and you let your body beat it up, and your body get the immune system. It beats it up, and then your body ready. So when you come across somebody that got it, you can't get it. Your body ready to fight it. Get out of here. Get out of here. The problem is it's the real virus. Some people, immune system can't beat it up. And so you had 9% of people who still got it anyway, even though they had the vaccine. This is the same thing here. Even though they don't put the vaccine in, sometimes instead of strengthening your immune system, it messes with something else. It literally can mess with something else. So no, it's not going after what you need to fight the virus with, but it might start affecting other organs. You understand what I'm saying? It might start affecting your other organs. And that's what makes this dangerous. And then we got so many variants coming out now. Is it even effective with the variants? How long does the immunity last? If you get it and you're immune for a year, and then you come across somebody that got one of them new variants, and then one day you wake up dead, or you wind up on the ventilator. It's like, man, I took it for nothing. What if you take it and something bad happened to you, and then you still get the coronavirus? That's the part that really bothers me. You take the virus, you get messed up from the virus. You take the vaccine, get messed up from the vaccine, and then you still get the virus. Like, what the hell? What? Really? And you can't sue nobody. You really can't sue nobody. You seriously can't sue anybody. That's just crazy. Let's take a look at another video. Let's see, where are we at? Technically, I think I sent them to Liz. But I've been sending them to Chung Lee and to Snazzy. All right, y'all. This story I was telling you about. Oops. Just messed up. A minute. Doggone it. And then we'll get to Liz's question in a minute. Just hang on, y'all. I got y'all covered. Just hang on with me. I know one thing. I should have took my insulin. Sending me to the bathroom like I don't know what. All right, y'all. We got a commercial. Wait a minute. You see my mug. Bring that back. There we go. There we go. Right on time.
The coronavirus vaccine remains a hot commodity, and we have learned that's led to some people even dressing in disguise at the Orange County Convention Center trying to get a shot. It didn't work this week, but it has worked in the past. Ezzy Castro is live at the convention center for us this morning. Ezzy, the health department says they were dressed as seniors, but weren't even close to being 65.
Well, Justin, deputies say one was 34, the other one was 44. And here's the thing about all of this is that health officials believe the women may have done this before because they were here to get their second shot. And this just happened 2 days ago when workers realized something wasn't right.
They were detected by the vaccinators. Of course, they look funny, I guess is the word. And we handle it to the sheriff's department.
An investigation is now underway after health officials say 2 women dressed up as seniors showed up to the convention center on Wednesday to get their second dose of the vaccine. Deputies say 44-year-old Olga Monroy Ramirez and 34-year-old Martha Vivian Monroy arrived to the site with birth dates that did not match, though their names did match the registration. Dr. Raul Pino with the health department believes the women may have gotten away with getting the vaccine the first time, and that's something they are trying to figure out.
So part of the findings that we have to do is, were they really vaccinated by us? When, who vaccinated? What happened, what day, what time? To try to figure out if there are any holes, loopholes in our process.
And Dr. Pino says they've already had to ramp up security here at the convention center and had to install cameras after they've caught people loitering around. And now they're investigating just how those two women ended up getting appointments and possibly that first dose. Live here at the Orange County Convention Center, Ezzy Castro getting results, News 6.
Putting in the work.
All right, y'all, keep it going. All right, Larry, this is for you. You answered the question already.
The COVID-19 vaccine every day will soon reach a point where more of us will be going back to the office or place of work on a regular basis. So that's gotten some businesses thinking about whether they could actually require their employees to get the vaccine as part of coming back to work in order to keep their fellow employees as well as customers safe. So could your job make you get the shot? ABC's Andrew Dimbert has this story.
For the better part of a year, as the pandemic crescendoed to unthinkable heights, the nation's top health officials have long maintained it would take a vaccine to really turn the tide.
When your turn comes up, please get vaccinated, both for your own safety, for that of your family, and that's for the American community in general.
And as 2 vaccines have arrived to the public since December, the CDC says more than 40 million Americans have rolled up their sleeves to get the shot. More vaccinated Americans may signal a return to the days of going back to the office and cubicles, to assembly lines and kitchens and bars. But what if that return was dictated by the vaccine? Put another way, can your boss force you to take it?
Arguably, yes.
Charles Craver is a law professor at George Washington University and says while there are some exceptions, your employer can likely mandate all employees get the shot.
Employees who work for private employers are employed at will in the United States, which means I can terminate you for good cause, bad cause, or no cause at any time. And so if you don't cooperate with me and you don't have a religious issue, you don't have a Disabilities Act issue, and you don't come under some state law, I can terminate you if you're not willing to have the vaccine or to come to work where you're getting tested.
As COVID vaccines become more widely available, it's a question many employers, from large corporations to small businesses, may soon have to face. United Airlines CEO Scott Kirby said recently that the company is looking into requiring employees to take the vaccine, while noting other industries would need to buy in to make a requirement work.
I think the right thing to do, without question, is to make the vaccine mandatory. And what I hope is that there are a coalition of like-minded companies that will do the same thing. And I think if that does happen, it will just get the ball rolling.
So with more employees re-immersing themselves back into those close daily interactions with customers and coworkers alike, should employees face getting the vaccine over getting fired?
Anybody who wants to not get vaccinated, it's their body. And ultimately, they're responsible for their own body.
Jason Berry is the founder of Need Hospitality in Washington, D.C., and owns multiple restaurants. Instead of taking a punitive approach to employees getting the shot, he's rewarding those who do.
As soon as the vaccines are available, we'll be offering a variety of incentives for our employees because we want to encourage them to do it, even though we're not mandating it. That includes 4 hours of pay as a bonus when they're fully vaccinated.
The extra incentive isn't without reason. A Kaiser Family Foundation poll from January suggests about a third.
All right. Good night, Charlie.
Taking a wait-and-see approach to getting vaccinated. That's higher among minorities, with 43% of Black adults and 37% of Hispanics saying they want to wait to take
Wait a
the
minute,
vaccine.
she's still here.
And roughly 3 of every 10 non-healthcare essential workers feel the same. Sue Wilmont is an essential worker at a Safeway grocery store near Seattle. Since the onset of the pandemic, even with strong COVID safety recommendations and guidelines, she knows how hard it is to still protect yourself and loved ones, even with masks and social distancing. It's why she doesn't think there's much need for a vaccine directive. Sue's ready to roll up her sleeve now.
It would just make me feel safer. It would make me feel like I'm not going to bring it home to my family. It would make me feel like I'm not going to pass it to my neighbors, my customers. it would be a comfort to me to get vaccinated. And I am just waiting for that.
And Joe Fasula of Garrity Supermarkets in Pennsylvania says the decision not to require his employees get the vaccine comes down to a matter of choice.
We don't think that that's necessary. We think our employees, can make an informed choice. And quite frankly, most of them are very eager to get it anyway.
It's that sort of choice Mark Perrone of the United Food and Commercial Workers Union says he's prepared to fight for if his union members are required to get the shot by their bosses.
But if the employers come to us and say, look, we're going to mandate it or we're going to put somebody off the job, we're going to represent our membership.
And while more companies and small businesses are opting for rewarding or encouraging their
crazy.
workforce to get vaccinated, if your boss does make it mandatory, you may be left without a choice.
Well, the employer does have a legal obligation to maintain a safe and healthy work environment, and that includes protecting the individual employees themselves and their coworkers and customers.
Andrew Dimbert, ABC News, Washington.
Many people.
All righty. All righty, Liz. It could be coming. And they say it could be coming that your employer all right. I don't know if that's the real true Freeman or not. You say, do get it, it's poison. Well, if you believe it's poison, why would you tell people to get it? You say, it looks like you'll be unemployed. Nothing wrong with that. Ooh-wee. Chung Lee, stop it. You know it's me. You're a fake at True Freeman. Chung Lee. Hey, Chung Lee, why are you leaving? Get that man out of here. You got a wrench? Get him out of here. Don't let this man run you off. Get him out of here. You checked the page. You said it was a troll. Get the troll out of here. Don't let nobody run you off. Don't let nobody come in here that don't contribute to anything, run you off. Stand your ground. We not in Indiana. Nola ain't gonna bite your heels. I like that. Stacey says, thanks, Ednia. He carries loads for FedEx and Amazon. Facts they are running behind the truckers. Had to be careful out there. Liz said, probably not the real one. Chung Lee said, okay, BD. Yeah, okay. Don't let no troll come run you off. Even if it was the real True Freeman, he can hit the link and come on in here. If he want to debate, talking about the virus, wait a minute, hit the wrong button. I'm going to learn this StreamYard crap if it kill me. The same way I learned OBS. We're going to learn this. When somebody say something stupid, get them out of here. I didn't understand why he said it's poison, go get it. But that's something you can overlook. Him saying ooh-wee is something you can overlook. But if y'all look them up and y'all see it's a fake, get them out of here. There ain't nobody in the private chat. So it ain't no big deal. Let's move on. All right. Is it safe to get the vaccine if you're allergic to, and it's SHE? I don't know what that is. I don't watch these. I watch them with you.
Where variants come from to how the vaccine trials have been done. Viewers still have so many questions
Wait a
about
minute.
the virus and the vaccines.
I did it wrong. Hold on, y'all. I did it wrong. First off, bring that back. There's nothing there. So go to share. Share screen. Let's bring that back. Okay. All right, we got our window back. Now we in business. Okay. Now, grab the link. All right, and put it in. Paste. Add me to the screen. Okay, now bring that up. Go to share. Okay, share screen. Application window. Now we should be okay. Now we already got the link. So now we go. Oh, that's what we did wrong. Yep. Now this will take us right there.
Now, from where variants come from to how the vaccine
There
trials
we go.
have been done, viewers still have so many questions about the virus and the vaccines.
Our Dr. Frank
I got it.
is back to tackle another round of your questions submitted through clickondetroit.com. Hi, Doc.
Hey, Kim and Evan. Yeah, a viewer asks, should we wait more than a month to get the second shot because of the side effects? The answer is no. You should get the vaccine as close to 21 days after for the Pfizer vaccine and 28 days for Moderna. Now, here are some more of your questions. Janice asks, how do these variants form? Every time a virus replicates, there are potential errors in the genetic instructions that are passed on to the next generation of virus. We label a virus a variant when a number of these errors or mutations accumulate and change something important about the virus. The UK or South African variants have a large number of mutations, and most likely they developed in a single individual who was infected for a long time. That allowed each mutation to add on to the ones that happened earlier in that infection. Linda asks, I'm allergic to shellfish. Is it safe for me to have the COVID vaccine? This question has come up quite a bit. The answer is yes. There are no food allergies that make the vaccine unsafe. Another viewer asks, health officials keep stating that the studies done to support the emergency use authorization of the COVID vaccine resulted in this outcome or that. Would different studies have been done had this not been for emergency use authorization? And if so, how would they have differed? The studies supporting the emergency use authorizations are solid, but because of the nature of the pandemic and urgency for a vaccine, long-term outcomes are not available. And that's really the biggest difference: time. Generally, drug approvals require both proof of safety and substantial evidence of efficacy. Traditionally, this is based on more than one well-controlled trial. Now, Pfizer and Moderna have both indicated that they do plan to seek full FDA approval, but that will require more time to collect that longer-term data. Now, other vaccines, they may face even more challenges meeting those requirements because as more people become vaccinated, there will be far fewer willing to participate in trials for a therefore unproven vaccine.
Yeah. So, Frank, I mean, the snow is forcing a lot of vaccination sites to reschedule the shots that were supposed to be done today. We've reported on that. Should people be concerned if their second dose has been rescheduled?
Well, important question today, Kim. You know, ideally, those second doses should be rescheduled for as soon as possible. But the CDC has said doses that are given up to 6 weeks after the first dose are still considered valid. But honestly, I would hope that the vaccination sites get everyone rescheduled very quickly and they put a priority on getting those second doses given in a more timely fashion than 6 weeks.
Yeah, sounds like most of them have. Okay. Dr. McGeorge, thank you.
All righty. All righty. Hey, John Lee.
Hey, brother dear. How you
Hey, what's going
doing?
on? I'm doing pretty good. Liz said
I'm
the
hanging
second
in
dose
there.
is good. Yeah, I know you were tired because you took your medicine.
Mhm.
Yeah, I noticed when the troll left, we had dropped down to 7.
Well, that same troll, I'm not going to say his name, but that same troll that was bothering you last night is also bothering other people, and I'm not going to say their names, but other content creators are saying, well, how many accounts does this person have? Because he's making his rounds for YouTube clout. I'm just letting ladies be on high guard in the chat if I do go to bed, because Brother Derek's been getting like heavy trolled, and it ain't Brother Derek's fault. It's just these people. This is what their job is, troll.
Yeah, don't have no life.
No, I told you, I'm gonna put his wheelchair on some blocks, and maybe take his keyboard away.
The dude know he on SSI. Yet the dude is going to tell y'all to go to social services and stop my food stipend. Why do people want to mess with your money? If you don't like me, then come at me. Why you got to come at my money?
Well, I've been waiting on Jim to pull up for years on me. So I mean, it's just like fear tactics they use, and I wouldn't if Jim comes here, he's gonna have his hands full, because there's nothing but soldiers around me, and they'll lay right into him. I wouldn't have to do nothing, but he'd have to get through some gates first, and that could be after they search your car. And anyway, that's the only place I'm gonna go. But Brother Derek, I'm talking the truth.
Is that the dude that go around putting up posters
Yeah.
and ringing people on doorbells and running?
No, he won't ring a doorbell. He just do drive-by toots, and he'll fly his drone above your house and leave some flyers and follow you to work and tell Tommy. He works for Tommy. Like anybody that's I ain't saying the last name, but we know what Tommy I'm talking about. He actually works for Tommy. He's on Tom, and it's been said during a show. You find this person's information, this person, this and that, and he'll pay him. So this isn't like a rumor, or I mean, this person's hounded me and hounded others for years. I mean, I'll just
If you
cut
don't
his
have the
ass out.
courage to confront you, what threat is he?
I mean, he'll confront you and then run away, or I mean, he's got, I don't know how many subs, but last time I had talked to him, I told him, I said, these subs aren't really your subs. These people are just waiting for you to see. It's kind of like True TV. They're waiting for the person that's going to take him out, or he's going to be arrested and being taken down by the cops, or something like that's going to happen. Somebody's going to get tired of it. And but he doesn't have I'm trying to be polite on your show, but he didn't have the things downstairs to go ring True's doorbell, and then he lied and said True's doorbell didn't work, and I flat out called him a liar on that. True's always fixing up that door, so we know that doorbell works. And I said, if the doorbell don't work, on it.
Charlie, hold on a second. Liz said the funniest thing. She said, BD, what's the topic? The topic that you said. Talking about the vaccination.
Oh, so am I off topic? Is that the point?
No, she asked me what was the topic. She came in late. And I'm like, you know what the topic is because you made it up.
That is a very good topic, because everybody's kind of, they're not making the soldiers take it because it's not FDA, approved. So they can't make the soldiers take it. I can't say a lot about it, but I know 80% of the soldiers are not taking it. So that says a lot.
Yeah, it says a lot when we see how many infections, because for some reason they missing a lot of days. It's like every other day there's nothing there for the soldiers. I mean, it's like they a shame. But they're not dying, but they sure is getting infected.
I mean, it's I mean, they're not forcing you to take it, but if you, I mean, I know what happens if you test positive because uh, I'm part of a military family, like some other people probably are in the chat or watching, and they're like they got really tough restrictions on the soldiers right now. Like they can't go like but certain so many miles around their base, and they have to get permission to leave state, and it's slowing down soldiers that are going to other countries to report for different duties. And yeah, it's but if the government's not forcing our soldiers to take it, that says something.
Yeah, because you figure, the soldiers are really like hired men. And so you always take care of your hired men. The veterans are the ones I'm concerned about. They dropping like flies.
Well, a lot of them, they live in poverty, and a lot of them are homeless, and it's sad. I think, tiny house, how people are building these tiny house communities. I
Yeah.
think that is a
I love
great
them shows.
I think that is a great alternative for homelessness and people that served our people that are homeless, period, but especially our soldiers, because a lot of the soldiers deal with mental health issues, and give them a place, even if it's a one room. I mean, some of these tiny houses are really nice, I mean, you can make them yours. And now they're doing these things called container houses. They take like the big trucking containers and modifying them into houses with kitchens, and
Yeah, they put like
just
3 or
like
4 of them in a row, and then
yeah.
they'll knock a wall out, like not all the way, but knock a wall out so you can walk into each side.
Yeah, I mean, there's a
Nice.
lot of solutions now, but in a lot a lot of states and a lot of places in America, homelessness is illegal. Like you can't sleep inside your car in the parking lot. Say if you like homeless in your car, like the town that I'm from, homelessness is illegal. You're not allowed to be homeless, but they are. They've got tents and they go live in the woods, and it's sad because and there's barely any shelters, and I'm not there no more, but I mean, that's just, I mean, I don't understand how, the stigma on homeless people, or I mean, I can understand it's more of a mental health thing that leads to the other things, but there's families out here, and especially with corona now, I mean, it's even more serious to take these people and put them in some kind of shelter, like a tiny house, or a nice shelter that has rooms, like kind of like a dormitory. And of course, because of corona, you'd have to have some kind of limitations on when you go out and stuff, kind of being on lockdown kind of the situation. But something needs to be done, to help the homelessness, especially now in these time periods, especially with these colder weather too.
My concern is with the different variants of the COVID coming out, and with people dying, the new cases are low. California, Texas, and Florida are doing really well, unless the bad weather, they're not testing. But their numbers are coming down.
See, I don't believe in the testing. I don't think that they're doing the testing appropriately. I don't think they're doing the right kind of testing. I think the numbers are higher than what they say they are. I mean, of course, when Trump was coming out, they were skyrocketing, and of course they've been skyrocketing a little bit since Biden's been in. So all of a sudden they're starting to come down now. I don't buy it. I'm not against Biden. I'm just saying the political aspects is here
Well, they say
into
2
it.
million people have been vaccinated. So
But
that
see, you
helps.
can still get it with the vaccinations. So, you know, now also, you know, you're talking about, you know, health concerns from the shot. Okay, they're not documenting all that. Well, so how many people is getting this from the shot? How many people are getting that from, you know, different kind of symptoms, and how many people are dying from these shots, and how many people are still getting corona or other diseases from the shot. And when I was at the hospital not too long ago, I had a nurse saying that the flu is down this year, but the flu's down this year because of all the masks and you know, but I just don't buy the numbers. I know you read them every day, and you know, I just don't buy it. I believe it's a lot higher and a lot more unsafe than they're saying, but they're trying to get us back to normal because of, you know, people's tired of being isolated, and, you know, of not having some kind of normalcy. And you got to also think of what effects does that have on your mental, if not just my mental health, but everybody's mental health. You know, all our lives have changed, and people's also lost family members and been suffering from mental problems because of all this too, because of the isolation, and people not being able to be with their loved ones because they're working all the time. Or like Snazzy's husband, he's a truck driver. I'm sure he's putting a lot of hours in. You know, it's kind of like it's kind of I'm kind of like just, you know, there's so much more to this COVID and the vaccinations, and then now we got to worry about the mutations. But I mean, we need to worry about the mental health of it all, and where's the stats on, you know, people dying from the shot, or the different kinds of diseases, that, you know, the neurological maybe diseases that are coming for, and which shot, because there's different vaccinations, different companies pumping them out. So I mean, you got to think about all that too. Are you there, Brother Derek? Because
Yeah, I'm here. I'm reading the chat. Liz said the governor wasn't reporting numbers. We already if somebody want to put a link in, but I've already said that my disappointment in Cuomo, because I was supporting Cuomo and backing him up when Donald Trump was calling him an idiot. But now it's coming out.
But to me, they had put, you know, in every situation, and going back through time, they put front men out there to calm the masses down. And to me, Cuomo, I mean, I thought, you know, he was, you know, he seemed trustful, he seemed this and he seemed that. And they put a couple other governors, but I mean, they really focused on him, you know. But you got to think, I mean, you got to think of politics as their actors, and what is their job at that moment in time. And in that moment in time, you think that you're getting the truth, but yet all of a sudden things are getting better. You know, I mean, and what did he win an Emmy? Wasn't an Emmy or a Grammy, or it might have been Emmy, whichever one, for like, he won an award for being on TV warning people. Come on, if he wasn't acting or wasn't doing his job in the position that he was put in to do whatever he, you know, was doing, what I'm saying, to either instill our calmness, or to get us riled up about it, or calm, you know what I'm saying, whatever his job was, he was a front man, and he was rewarded with an award for it. Come on, I mean,
he got in the war because he served Trump.
Well, no, I see more to all this than what I mean. You might think I'm an oddball for saying
He stood up
things,
to
but
Trump and he got the New
all
York.
these people play a role in the
You got to
world
get into their
stage.
mind. And when the people saw no stimulus hope, and that Donald Trump said that he wasn't going to send the coronavirus vaccine to the states, people in New York said the heck with it and numbers right back up.
But I just think there was a lot of lying from him and a lot of gaslighting. And he did it for, I mean, why was our country just focused on one governor when each of our states have governors of our own? But he was pushed highest to the high at that point. We all should have been considered I mean, my governor was on TV and he was doing a good job, but they were really, really pushing the New York governor on everyone. You know what I'm saying? When Florida had numbers higher than New York. And right now, California has higher numbers than uh, New York, but I
But they
mean,
don't have higher deaths. The death toll.
yes, they do. I mean, you don't understand some, Brother Derek. What they're telling you is they're telling you. It doesn't mean it's real. I mean, they could fake anything. I mean, they could, you know what I'm saying? Just because they say it doesn't mean it's real. I mean, these are politicians. Politicians are known to be liars. Those stats are great stats, but they don't give you all the information in those stats. They don't tell you on a side note how many people took the coronavirus shot and how many people got this kind of disease or that kind of disease or died from the shot. Any of those, does it say on there people that died from getting the COVID shot? I don't see that.
I stand corrected. I stand corrected.
I mean, if you're gonna have real stats,
I'm going to give you the props here. I stand corrected. California has almost 2,000 more cases than New York. I stand corrected.
mean, and they've been on lockdown too. And I mean, there's other places that are just as bad, but I mean, you're not here. The reason why I know about California, I watched this mortician on YouTube, which she's great, guys. I love this lady, but she tells you all kind of stuff about death. But she's from California and she runs a small funeral home, and she was talking about the people that were dying and how they were so so overwhelmed. They had the refrigerator trucks going for them there, and that this government needs to start helping with funeral costs because it's hitting the minorities and working class people, and these people don't have enough money to bury or do anything. And she even said, you might not like the idea of mass graves, but in something like this where you have so many people dying that it's cost effective to the loved ones. I mean, and then she did I think I sent the video to you a long time ago about her talking about the whole thing. And at the end, it says the next day, it said something about them opening it back up, and where she was just telling you how the deaths were there. But I believe it was because of her that they finally passed a bill helping people, FEMA pay for funerals. I think she's had something to do with it, or maybe it was a group of funeral homes. Is finally they need to help pay for funerals because funerals are expensive, and you're thinking just corona kills, corona this, corona that, but you're not thinking about the families that are left behind to have to deal with the process of handling your remains and doing what's right when it comes to you and what your wishes are when you die.
Okay, Chung Lee. Somebody just sent this link. Oh, it's breaking my heart. I stood behind this, man. You know, that's the one thing about human beings. Human beings let you down, and I went with this guy over Trump, and now he got to sit here. He put them old folks
Fear of this virus.
infected, put them back in the same nursing homes, and they all died, and that's sick.
To be clear, all the deaths in the nursing homes and in the hospitals were always fully, publicly, and accurately reported.
I don't buy that.
The numbers were the numbers, always. People did request information beyond the place of death, not just how many in a nursing home, not just how many in a hospital. They did request different categorizations beyond those counts. How many people died who were in a nursing home but then went to a hospital? How many people died who were in a hospital but then went back to a nursing home? How do you count presumed COVID deaths? Everyone was busy. Everybody was here every day. We're in the midst of managing a pandemic. There was a delay in providing the press and the public all that additional information.
When is this new? Is this a new,
What did we learn from this entire situation? What are we still learning? There are hospitals that perform well, and there are hospitals that performed less well. We still see hospitals performing less well. When you look at those vaccination numbers, hospitals with the same demographics of workforce in the same region with different vaccination rates of their staff, that's indicia of performance of those hospitals. There are nursing homes that performed well, and there are nursing homes that did not perform as well. We have to learn from it, and we have to correct it before we have another surge and another pandemic. And by the way, we are going to have another pandemic. As I sit here, I would plan on it. And yes, this was never seen before. And yes, hospitals had to deal with something they never had seen before. And yes, nursing homes had to deal with something they had never seen before. But they will see it again. And now we have to learn from it before it happens again. Our focus, I believe, is going to be on the for-profit nursing homes, hospitals, low-performing hospitals, but also in the for-profit nursing homes. I have long believed that there's a tension in a for-profit nursing home because those institutions are trying to make money. If you're trying to make profit, it's too easy to sacrifice patient care. Everything becomes one or the other. Do you want to hire more staff, or do you want to make more profit? Do you want to buy more PPE and stockpile more PPE, or do you want to make more profit? Do you want to buy new equipment, new beds, new sheets, new furniture, invest in the facility, or do you want to make more profit? That tension is a problem. And that has to be resolved legislatively, because I don't want to leave it to these for-profit owners to decide what's right, what's wrong. Let's learn these lessons. We have to implement hospital reform and nursing reform, and we have to do it in this budget cycle. COVID isn't done with us. Implement the lessons now.
All right. Yeah.
Okay, I just got something quick to say, Brother Derek.
He's just disappointed me so bad. I'm sorry.
In none of that, what is the consequences of getting this shot? And what was the effects in the deaths caused? Yeah, we know about the CV. I mean, there's not a doubt that it's still killing people. But now, you're giving these shots to people. You know what I'm saying? That's causing other health problems. Like, I mean, it could be something with the heart or lungs or some, like neurological that, they're already having these kind of problems. And with the vaccine could just be escalating the issue within the person and causing them to pass, and then they're blaming it on COVID.
All right. Hang on a second, Chun-Li there. Look, y'all, I need somebody to tell me, why did I stop the video? Somebody tell me why I stopped the video. What was Cuomo doing? What was he doing that made me stop the video and discuss? Who caught on to it?
Well, I mean, he's being a typical politician, handing some BS to the American people.
Hold on, wait a minute. I want the chat to tell me. Somebody tell me in the chat. What did you see Governor Cuomo just do? This is a man who y'all have heard me back when Donald Trump was picking on him. Y'all heard me stand up
He's
for
talking
him.
about profit over healthcare.
But who was he putting the blame on?
The hospital.
He didn't blame himself.
Of course
Who did he
not.
blame?
It's
Who
always
did
going to be
he-
the corporation, the hospitals, the healthcare workers. It's going to
He
be.
passed the buck.
Yes,
they
he
trying to make
did.
money. It's
Right.
their fault them people died. It ain't my fault. Even though I'm the
Right.
governor, I'm in charge of everything.
And that's why I'm saying
These
he's just a
nursing homes
front
was trying to
man.
make money.
He's
So they
just a
threw all them people together and let them all infect each other and die. I had nothing to do with it. It's those people that trying to make money. See, it's always that 1% trying to make that money. So hey, I fight
And they're
for
not
the
keying
common
it
man.
back
I
to.
fight for you.
And also, I mean, it's like profit over health, profit over living, and then I mean, he's just being a politician. I mean, you got to remember these people are politicians, and everybody knows politician lies, all of them. It don't matter which one. You might think they're the best politician in the world, but they're all. They lie to get in the office. They're all natural born liars.
He was buck dancing. He was
and
he was doing the Texas two-step. It's everybody's fault but mine. It's everybody's fault but mine. You got the tension out there. You got the things coming in here. The hospitals couldn't handle it. They trying to make money. Don't y'all understand? It's not my fault. I love y'all. Hey, don't forget to vote for me next time. You know,
Right.
I'm with you. Hey, it ain't my fault. That's all he was doing, buck dancing. Somebody should have
Right.
let him do the running man or do the Michael Jackson moonwalk.
And they all will do that, Brother Derek. They all have their turn to do it. Every one of these governors, what gets me, Florida has the most relaxed they're more relaxed when it comes to COVID, and they are dying there, but it's not being told to people. It's like they're pushing it under a rug. You know what I'm saying? Because it's killing the tourist industry there. Like, if they don't bye Disneyland, forever, you know what I'm saying? So,
The old
all
people are dying, and the young people too worried about being seen on the beach.
It's
That
not even
pretty
about
much describes
that. I
Florida.
mean, you're also getting misinformation. I mean, people thinking that these shots are going to save them. These shots could actually kill them. Remember, I told you that I'm kind of afraid to bring it up on your show, but I will. We're not showing no videos, but Bill Gates said the way that we need to bring down our numbers, our population, is through I can't say it right. Shots, pretty much. You know what I'm saying? And he's ahead of this thing, and he started this in Africa, and I mean, and did you know there was also mock? They've done like test runs of this kind of stuff to see how the American people would do. So there's actually been mock like viruses and sicknesses just to see how the people would respond. I mean, it's some sick stuff that is ran on the American people that the American people have no idea. But I believe that this is real, and I believe that because I know because I've had it. And I believe that these shots, you know, came out way so fast, you know. And why is somebody like Bill Gates and over shots for pandemics? I mean, he's a tech guy. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not playing no video, so I can say this. But I mean, I had a video about it, but they struck it down. But I mean, there's some other stuff going on in this world, and it's really scary stuff. But you got to wake up to it. But can't always believe these politicians. And Brother Derek, when you're reading your nightly, you know, CV numbers, just notice there's no numbers for how many people gets those shots, how many people dies from those shots, how many people get sick from this disease or that disease from these shots and change their life forever. You know, you're not seeing that. So you're not, I mean, the CV numbers, I know you believe in them, but I don't. I'll listen to you because I like to listen to you read them. But of stuff going on with the CVE stuff and these new strains. Now they want us to wear 2 masks. Come on. Now they're saying it's more airborne. I mean, it's more.
You learn more as you study more. I understand there are going to be changes, but the thing that gets me about is why is it that the American people are more worried about eating out at a restaurant? They're more worried about going to the club. It's the fun things that's spreading the disease.
But it's not just about eating out at the restaurants. These restaurants are everyday people's jobs. See, we're not I mean, everybody likes to think of the United States as a rich country. Yes, we have rich people, millionaires, billionaires, but the backbone of this country is those people that work those fast food jobs and work those kind of jobs at Walmart and all these other kind that keep the people going in the real world. The restaurants, it's just a part of, if we don't have those restaurants, people lose their job, and how they're going to, just like when the pandemic hit, they couldn't work, they were losing their income. I mean, these small businesses, but is the back, you know, that help, that are the employers for people that, you know, maybe not had college, or they have families, they work 3 or 4 of these jobs, you know, and when they take hits, they could lose everything, even the place they live, you know. And then you got to think about, like, okay, people don't want to talk about the middle class people very much because they think that they have so much money. Well, these middle class people are the ones that buy into these franchise companies that hire these people to work, and you know, it takes money to run businesses, and just because they're in a financial bracket of maybe 100 grand a year or 150 grand a year, they could have multiple businesses with multiple debts, you know, because really the middle class has really been gone for a long time, you know, but they're in even probably more debt than the poor people. The poor people just, I mean, I hate to use the word, but it is what it is, you know. But the ones that really, really need to start paying is the 1%ers, like Donald Trump, Bill Gates, those type of people. Those are the ones that really need to let their money fall back down to normal people. But maybe, I think I might have said so much, but but people really need to focus on the vaccines. I agree with you in the effects that they cause, in long-term effects, in the short-term effects that maybe plays with somebody's health and somebody's already got something wrong with them and it takes them out. That shot could be a killer by itself. But have I talked too much, everyone?
No, hold on. You talking and I'm typing. Talking to Snazzy right now. Behind the wheel. Okay. All right. Look, y'all. There is something. It's like a elephant in the room that we keep dancing over. Chung Lee, I understand what you're saying about small businesses and things like that, but the fact of the matter is, I don't know about you. I don't feel comfortable eating out in the place. I don't feel comfortable sitting and drinking when somebody could have the CB and they can walk.
I mean,
by,
I
eat my
understand
drink.
that.
I could be inhaling them. It just seems like some people are so addicted to going to the bar, so addicted to just being out and
Well, I
being
mean,
seen. And the Bible says when the pandemic hit, go inside the house and close your door till it passes. So we keep coming out and the numbers keep going back up. And it seems like we use the excuse that we are going to go crazy if we can't go out. But then we cry about, I don't want to social distance. I don't want to wash my hands. I don't want to wear a mask. It's like you can't have it both ways. I don't want nobody to serve me food if they might breathe the CV on it.
Well, I mean, you go to
If-
the grocery store and there's all kind of people in the grocery store maybe picking up that same item that you're buying. And, you're supposed to wipe off all your stuff. I
But
get
I
it.
wash
I get
my
what you're
hands
saying. I get
before
what you're saying, Brother
I do
Derek.
that.
But I get it. I really get that part of what you're saying, the bars and the food. But if we don't have the food industry, and, I hope that everybody's wearing gloves and masks and doing what they're supposed to be doing in those restaurants to serve that food. But if we don't have some kind of economy, we're not gonna have a country. I do agree that we have to have an economy.
So
People have to
So
work.
I'm asking you, what's more important, a life or a dollar?
Well, I mean, if you don't have that dollar and we're not getting like crazy stimulus money every month to take care of families, well, that dollar might count when it comes to keeping a roof over your child's head or your head or your grandmother's head or your mother's head. That dollar might count when, somebody's sick in your family and, you don't have no other means but to work at that restaurant. So dollar is important. The economy is important. But the way we do it is another thing. Can we do it and be safe? Is the question.
But see, if you can eat with a mask on, I will be more open to it. But you got a restaurant full of people. I don't know if you was here for that show, but we did a show where a guy took he was in all you can eat buffet, right? And he put down green dye. You know that dye that when you turn the lights out, it becomes lighted so you can see where it is. He put just little spots on certain areas just around the bar, right, where the food is, and the people take a plate and go up there and get it. After half an hour, the whole bar was green. Then after an hour, half of the tables had the green on it. After 3 hours, it was on the glasses, it was on the silverware,
I
it was on
mean,
the plates. So
I understand
how
what
do
you're
you be
saying,
safe?
but I mean, you don't have to eat off of a glass or a ceramic plate. You can request paper cups, plastic silverware. You know, you don't have to have, and you know what? I got me one of those fog machines where I can clean surfaces with this, and there's no germs on it. So I mean, if restaurants had something like that, they could do like every 15 minutes, just go around the restaurant with something like that. It makes it more sanitary. Nothing's going to be 100 proof unless like you live in a box. But Brother Derek, the restaurants have to exist because I mean people have kids. Kids have needs, and I'm sorry, these last two stimulus checks they give is not enough to take care of rent, electricity, and you know to take care of these. You know you have to pay for internet for them to have homeschool. I mean, you got to think, Brother Derek. I mean, there's more to just saying, let's just shut everything down because, I mean, you can't do that. If you shut everything down, there's no economy. But I'm starting to get a little tired. Nothing because of you.
Wait a
It's
minute.
just because you know I'm on my medication and
Yes. But hold on. But before you go, let me say this to you, Chang-Li. I don't know if you were here then, but back in March, I sent tweets to Donald Trump. I asked him to close the country down.
I do agree that it
If
should
we
have
would
been.
have done that, we wouldn't have this problem. If he would have done what I asked him to do, we wouldn't have this problem. And we wouldn't have over 500,000 people dead right now.
Well, I
Okay?
do agree with you to some extent. Okay,
22 million
I believe they should shut down longer than what you say. But the problem was, you know, we still have nothing against Nazi's husband. I think he's a hero. But you got to have like workers like the truckers and the nurses and you know even people to feed those workers, you know, and those gas station attendants. You got to have people out. You have no choice. But I do
If they would
agree.
have did what I said, give everybody $4,000 or $5,000 and tell them go get whatever you need for 2 weeks to stay in a daggone house. I don't care if you got to build your man cave, you can build your kids a treehouse in the backyard.
Do you
Whatever you
remember
want
what
to do,
happened right after
stay your
COVID?
butt in the house.
But do you know, Brother Derek, I was with you right there after COVID. Do you remember going to the store where you couldn't hardly find any meat or no toilet paper? Well, you know, those things happen. If you don't have those heroes out there working, yes, they're taking risks, and yes, they might get COVID, but it was a necessary need for some of this country to stay open. But do I agree? I think they should have kept this country locked down a lot longer than they did. I do agree with you there.
I mean a total lock. I said total lockdown.
But see, you can't do total lockdowns. You
Do a
have to have
total
doctors
lockdown
and
except for the
nurses.
hospitals.
You've
Hold
got
on.
truck drivers
Hold
that
on.
work.
You cut me off. No.
Well,
Everybody get what they need and stay in the house. Only essential workers need to come out. Have the state militia go up and down the streets to make sure that everybody stay in the house. For daggone 14 daggone days. Let everybody that got it, that's going to die, let them kick the bucket.
Wow.
Everybody that's going to recover, let them recover. Then we reopen and there's no CV and we can hug and kiss each other and we can go back to work and we can get things done. And instead of worrying about getting oil from Saudi Arabia, let's start changing over
what's
our
oil
energy
having to do with
system.
Saudi Arabia?
Let's change over our oil system, make everything electric and hybrid. That's going to create jobs. Somebody got to teach people how to do it. Somebody got to do it. You got to make parts. That's going to be more
But
jobs
people still
than
have
we
to
can
eat,
even
go to
handle.
doctors, and trucking is a very necessary thing.
But
If
I'm
it wasn't
saying to
for
you, for
truckers,
2 weeks,
this
2
country would
weeks,
lock
if
down.
we'd have done this in March,
But not
TV
everything's
for
that
us,
easy, brother. I understand what you're saying, but it is
wouldn't
not
be
that
difficult.
easy to shut down a country. It is not that easy. You still have to have those workers and those truckers that move things across our country for us to have the necessary things for us to live, eat, and wipe our butts with. And you have to have those nurses and doctors working because they have to take care of sick and the injured people, and
I
you
already
have to
told
have
you that they would be allowed to go do that. But
well
also
I
told
mean
you that you would give
but I
everybody
mean
enough
just
money that they
but
could
brother
stay in
Derek,
the
see, you
house.
want to see your one side of it. There's a lot of sides to it. I'm not saying you're wrong, but you just can't do it the way you want to do it because there's everything, it has a consequence.
So getting 21 million infected and having 500,000 dead is not a consequence. But we could only have 50 dead and only
Oh
have
my
1,000
God.
infected.
But I mean, I'm not saying that. Who's to say? You never know, brother dear. More people could have died. We're not psychics here. I mean, okay, if we're going to go God route, God wanted those people. It was their time because God wanted them. You can't sit there and say that, you know, uh, this was a horrible thing that happened. But Christians would say it was God's will, even if you don't like it.
But
Those people.
I already told you what God said. God said, shut it down until it passes.
Well, it's whatever. I'm just too tired to keep going, but I'm just telling you, you had to keep. Country couldn't just lock down. I mean, it was almost locked down as it could get, and people's got to pay rent and take care of those kids and sick parents and people's got lives. And just to
For,
say, oh, when you're living by yourself, it's so much easier to say
give
shut down
everybody enough
everything.
money for 14 days so they can get all the entertainment they need to stay in the house, stay on their property. They ain't got to stay in the house, but stay on your property. That's all you got to do. You can come outside and sit on your porch. You can play in like your lawn, but you need to keep the people inside so that the disease cannot spread. The people that have it, I mean, for 14 measly days. Think about it. If we done this in March, it's almost March right now. If we done that in
But
March,
there's all I'm saying to what you're saying, you're saying you're one person, and there's nothing wrong being one person living by yourself. But when you have a family of say 4 or 5 and maybe a sick grandmother that you have to take to a doctor, it's very hard to stay on a lockdown like that, especially when that grandparent or that child, maybe you have a sick child or a sick husband, has to go to the doctor, and you have to have gas stations that are open to get gas from. You have to have grocery stores because you know how much kids eat a lot, and people.
$5,000. You can't get food, fill your gas tank up, and do whatever you need to do.
Did you know most refrigerator freezers only hold? I mean, if you're good at stacking, you could put more. The regular freezer on a refrigerator, nothing fancy, only holds 7 days of food.
That's another cop out. I'm giving you $5,000.
That's not a cop out. That's the truth.
You can't find an old freezer.
You know what, brother Derek? Now that's insulting because that's not a cop
That
out.
wasn't insulting because
yes, you said that was.
But it was.
I'm just gonna.
It was an excuse.
You know what, brother Derek?
Don't get mad, Charlie.
Yeah,
don't get mad.
I am a
We
little
are having a debate.
disappointed
Don't get
because
mad.
because
Don't
I
get
didn't
mad.
say like I was. I'm just telling you I'm trying to tell you another side of it. When you
I
have
hear
a
your side.
family, when you're one person, yes, it's easy to lock down for weeks at a time. But when you have a family and you may even have a mother, grandmother, or sick children or sick spouse, and they have to go to the doctor, or they have special needs where you have to go to the grocery store to get certain kinds of food because you've run out of that food, things have to be open. That's not a cop out. That's life.
$5,000 and you can't get what you need. Yeah. $5,000 to everybody.
They weren't giving people
If they would
5,000.
have gave $5,000 to everybody, and
Now
said,
you're
"Go get what you
you're
need."
giving
I
it,
didn't change it. I've been saying it the whole
but
time.
you're giving you're saying something that's not even wasn't even an option, brother Derek. I mean, and I'm just going to go ahead and go because I am taking offense because it wasn't a
I don't know
cop
why
out.
you. I don't know why you taking
That was
offense
the
because-
truth,
but
and
you
you
were
didn't
making-
like what I said,
you were
so
making
you
excuses.
said it was a cop out. But
Everybody
I
needs
do,
to suffer
I
for them
do
2
take
weeks.
it very serious.
We needed to suffer for 2 weeks. If people need to go to the doctors, they will be allowed to go.
But
We
this,
covered that.
my
but you still
point
kept saying
is,
it.
my point is, they still would have had to go to the doctor. That means leaving their house. That means they still have you might have to gas up your car. You might have to go to the grocery store. You might have to go to the pharmacy. You're still going to have cross contamination, and that
We give you $5,000 and tell you go get what you need, and then we're
But you
going to
might
lock
not
down.
have what you need
So-
at that point in time. You might at that point in time you might have everything you need, but you might have to go out and get medicine for a sick loved one. You might have to get somebody might be on a special diet, and maybe they were out of food or that one thing at the time, and they have to go out to get it. You can't. This is hypothetical talking, brother Derek. You can't put hypotheticals. You're saying, well, hypothetically, if you get this much money, you don't have to go. And hypothetically, you could have sick. I mean, you can't speak on hypotheticals, and it's not a cop out. You're talking hypotheticals.
I'm just saying, if everybody sacrificed, we wouldn't have this problem. It required a sacrifice.
I mean, I'm just telling you, you can't say hypothetically if you got $5,000, something wouldn't happen and you wouldn't have to go out. You don't know because it's a hypothetical situation you're talking about. I do agree that everybody should have been locked down more, but what you're saying is okay, be locked down. If somebody ran out of medicine, they shouldn't go get it. They should already have it. I mean, that's just hypothetical.
If you're responsible, you will get it. You know what you need for the.
But you don't
We
know
talking about 2 weeks.
You're talking about hypothetical situations that don't exist. If somebody's sick and they're in a pandemic, you're saying, oh well, they run out their medicine, they shouldn't go get it. That's BS, brother Derek. Or if somebody runs out of food, BS,
they would get
shouldn't go
enough
get it.
medicine so they wouldn't run out. You're making excuses for people.
No, I'm not
That's why
making
you
excuses.
give
How
them
you know
money
the
so they can
doctor
get what
wasn't
they need.
busy? You don't know. I mean, you're putting your own spin on a hypothetical situation that doesn't exist. But you don't know because you live by yourself. You don't. This is not a
You
put
still
down.
keep saying the same thing over and over again, and then you move the goalpost.
But this is the truth.
I said, if
you're not living with a family of four. You
if
don't
you're
know.
a crack addict, you better get your crack.
You know what, Thug? You know what? That is a messed up statement. That is why you fucking even bringing crack into this.
I'm giving you an example of somebody who had the money, get what they need so they can stay out the way.
That is messed
and
up.
help the
I'm
country
talking about
get
people
rid
with
of this
medical
TV.
needs. I'm talking about people with medical needs.
People with medical needs don't know what medicine they need
You
for
won't
2
even
weeks.
fucking let me talk.
Because
But you know what, brother Derek?
No, don't get mad
You know what?
because don't
You're
get mad
losing
because
a
I'm calling
friend
you out.
right now. Really, you
I'm losing
are.
a friend because we're having a debate.
This isn't a debate because you only want to see your side of the thing. See, this is what you want.
It is a debate. You're
I'm not
saying
going to
what you
argue
want
with
to say,
you, but
and I'm
you
just
want to
countering
be
it.
you
You're
wanting
saying
to
I
be
got a bad idea
one-sided.
that
You're
it can't
being
be done. I'm telling you
one-sided.
how it can be done.
You're one-sided. You're not seeing it from my point of view at all. You're being one-sided.
I am seeing it
that's
from your point of view.
That's not a debate. That is being you're being hypocritical.
But if you care about other people, you will do what you need to do so we can get rid of this thing. That's what I'm saying.
I
You're
agree
saying,
with that.
well,
But
some people
all
ain't gonna
I
be
was
able to do what they're supposed to do. Some people
All
just
I'm
won't do what they
saying
want
is
to do.
when you have a sick family member, somebody maybe on chemo or something like that that has to go out the house to get chemo, they have to go out. And you're like, oh
I
no,
didn't say
they
they
don't.
couldn't go. No, I didn't. I didn't say that. Go watch the
That's
video.
exactly
Go
what
watch
you
the
said, you
videos. Go watch
hypocrite.
the videos.
You know what?
Go
I'm
back and
done.
watch the videos. Go
I'm
back and watch the videos.
done.
You heard me
I
say
am done.
transportation will be provided to the people
I
that
am
need to go to
done
chemo. Go
because
watch the
you're
video.
wrong, brother Derek. I treat you too good
So you are
as a
going to get mad at
person
me.
for you to treat me like this right now.
How am I treating you bad? We having a conversation.
It's not a conversation. It's
Because
one-sided. You're being
I
bullheaded.
don't agree with you. Because I don't agree with you, I'm not your friend. That what you're saying?
No,
Honestly.
you're not talking to me. You're not talking. You're raising your voice. I can't get my side. I can't get my point of view across. And the things you are saying are wrong to me. And and I'm not going to take it. I'm not trying to be mean, but I just took my medicine, and I don't want to be upset like this. You know my father's
Well, then
dying,
calm down,
and you
Tony.
know it.
Tony, calm down.
My
Tony,
father
calm
is
down.
dying right now,
Calm down.
and
Because
I'm not
I
in no
guarantee you,
mood for
I
this.
guarantee you, if I ask the people in the chat, have I let you talk? They're gonna say yeah. So don't go there.
You
Don't
know
go
what,
there.
brother Derek? It's your
Here you go.
chat. Of course, they're going to say yes.
No, they're gonna tell the truth because the fact of the
It's
matter
whatever. I
is, it's
get
not
it.
whatever. Okay, we had
You
a
know what, brother Derek?
conversation.
It's over.
There
Okay,
you go.
I'm going because this is ridiculous. I should
It
have
is
never.
not ridiculous. You
It
need to
is
stop.
ridiculous because
You
I
need to
should
stop,
never be
Tony.
treated like this by you.
Why are you're not being treated bad? You're the one that's kirking
I
out.
wasn't agreeing with what you
Okay,
said.
and I wasn't agreeing with what you were saying. But everybody has the right to disagree.
But I
because
didn't
I
have
don't
the
agree
right.
with
You started saying names. You started calling me names.
What name did I call you? I'm listening.
It doesn't matter, brother
You
Derek,
said I
because you
called
don't
your name. What
care.
name did I call you? What name did I call you,
I'm just, you know what? I'm not going to do this
Charlie,
for
stop,
people to
stop.
say
Why
that
don't you
I'm.
just stop?
No,
Stop,
you're
Charlie.
wrong
Stop.
because you're
Just
going to use this to say I'm this and I'm that, and everybody in your chat's going to blame
I haven't
me.
said nothing about you being
You're
anything.
a fucking liar.
What
You know what? I'm done. Everybody, I tried to get along with you. I've really tried to get along with you. I'm not. I am trying to talk to you,
Then
and
let's
that's
talk.
all I was trying to do.
Then let's talk.
I couldn't talk to you. You started yelling.
You've been over talking me all night, and I've been riding with it.
You know what? I don't have to.
I haven't said nothing, and you still jumping on me.
You know what? I'm
Stop,
happy. I'll never come back to your show. I will never bother you again, sir.
There you go. Now you're gonna run. Why are you running?
I'm not running. I'm
You
tired
said
of
that
dealing
you
with
would
a
never
fucking
leave me,
asshole
but
that
you're
has
running.
no respect for
You
me.
said that you would
I've
never
been
leave me,
really
but
nice
you're running.
to you. I've been really nice to you, and all you.
Yes, you have. But whenever I disagree with you,
I am crying right now, and all you care about is if
Charlie.
you're right.
Charlie, let me ask you something then. Why did we change our topic today? Because
you know what?
Let me ask you. Why did we change our topic today? Because you didn't want us to do it, but yet I don't listen to you. This is not the topic that Liz suggested. Liz wanted to know about what does the Bible think about voodoo. But you like angel cards. So I changed the topic. We should have been live. I changed the topic and found all these stories out of respect for you. But you came and jumped on me. You sat there and I let you talk. I'm typing, talking to people in the chat, just letting you go on and on. Didn't say nothing to you. Let you go ahead. I didn't say nothing. I just tried to get a word in when I could. You had to troll the other day say, Brother Derek can't get a word in edgewise on the chat. I ignored it. But when I disagree with you, you get mad. You got mad earlier today because I told you that Liz wanted to do a story on voodoo and how does it tie into Christianity. And instead of doing it like you been doing your premieres and don't invite me to them and then tell me about it afterwards, I told you beforehand and got your opinion because I know you like angel cards. I showed you respect. And then Liz said, let's do the topic on people dying and is there need for the vaccine, will you take it? And we went with that out of respect for you, out of pure respect. Pure respect. And you know that I've been saying we need to lock down since March. That is not new. And you knew that what I said made total sense. But you kept making excuses. Oh, we need restaurants open. We need this. People can go without a restaurant for 2 weeks. It won't kill them. They can go without going to the beach for 2 weeks. It won't kill them. People that are on dialysis, and it's in the videos, there should be buses to come take the people that need to go to the hospital. But don't tell me that somebody to take heart medication can't get enough heart medication to last for 2 weeks. Don't tell me somebody that take other kind of medicine can't get it for 2 weeks. I get 90-day prescriptions. Somebody can't get it for 2 stinking weeks. They're going to run out in 2 weeks. They do 30, 60, and 90 days. How you going to run out in 2 weeks? That doesn't make any sense. You're going to run out of gas. We're giving you $5,000 with my plan. Why can't you fill your gas tank up? You're not going anywhere unless it's essential. Why do you need gas? Do y'all understand what I'm saying? Do y'all understand what I'm saying? There, I put a lot of thought to what I said to Donald Trump. I didn't just go off the fly. I thought of everything. I even thought of what can we do after we come off? Let's start changing our cars over, change our helicopters, planes. Let's change over to hybrid and gas cars. Let's start turning our gas stations into electric and hybrid gas stations so that people can go there and charge up, or they can charge up at the house, however they want to do it. Then we have accidents. We ain't got to worry about the cars catching on fire. The smog can finally get off of Los Angeles. I had all this thought out, how we can do a new electrical grid, how people can start their own companies and start manufacturing these new cars and these new tanks. Somebody got to train them. People got to learn. That's jobs. Pay them to learn. These are things that we can do. The money that we send over to Saudi Arabia, we can spend that money here. We can start making our own things again instead of getting them from Malaysia and Taiwan and China. That's going to be jobs, more jobs than anybody can handle. We're going to be getting homeless people working. Hey, man, take this razor and shave. Here's a rag. Wash up and get on in here. We need some help. There will be work if Trump would have followed my plan. He decided to do nothing. I didn't just wake up one day and say, hey, maybe we should just go ahead, you know what I'm saying, and just shut the country down. I had a laid out plan. Snazzy said during the shutdown, there are some issues. Some people can't get to a doctor's appointment before a shutdown. We can make extenuating circumstances for people that are in need. That's why I said that the state militia was going to monitor the streets. And if they found somebody came out and say, hey, I need to go somewhere, they will take them there. That's in the plan. But you forgot the plan, and you're just trying to go off the top of your head and try to make an excuse here, make an excuse there, make an excuse there, when I'm not no genius. But you telling me that the Trump administration couldn't take the plan that I set out and perfect it, or just pretend it don't exist and just let it go on. That's what we were dealing with. 14 days. We wouldn't be talking about CV right now. We'd be laughing at the rest of the world. Instead, the rest of the world is laughing at us. And y'all say it's just cut and dry. You know, we just have to go. We can't go 2 weeks without going to the bar. I can't go 2 weeks without seeing somebody in a bikini. I can't go 2 weeks without dancing at the club and getting my freak on. I can't go 2 weeks. So let 500,000 people die because you can't go 2 weeks. 2 weeks would not kill any industry because people are going to be dying to come out and do something at the 2 weeks of being home. They're going to be dying to go out and do something. And you can come outside and not have to have no mask on and not have to social distance and not have to worry about no sanitize and all that crap. You can hug your friends and kiss your grandma and not worrying about killing her. That alone should make it worth it. That should make it worth it. But you're going to tell me that because you want to go to the bar and you can't go 2 weeks without going to the bar, then it don't matter. All right, we got Jay from Jersey and we got Chung Lee. Anybody know how do I put everybody up?
Now I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm
Okay,
here. You can hear me? I'm good. I'm good. You can hear me too?
Yeah.
I'm gonna say what I'm gonna say, and I'm gonna get off of here. And Brother Derek, and I'm saying this from the bottom of my heart, because you actually hurt me. Because I know on the back end, and I'm not gonna bring it up because that's like throwing shit up in your face, and I'm not gonna do that.
Chung Lee, don't leave.
How
Don't
you
leave.
talk
Don't
to
leave.
me, how you
Don't
talk
leave.
to
Don't
me.
leave, Chung Lee. Don't leave.
I
You
am,
don't gotta
Jay.
leave. Don't leave. You don't gotta leave. Just hang out. Hang out and chill. We chilling. It's a Friday night. We
But he
chilling.
crossed the line. He shouldn't talk to me like
Nah,
that.
Brother Derek is cool. Brother Derek is cool.
But he's not cool
I'm
all the
pretty sure it's
time.
a misunderstanding. What's going on? What's going on? What happened?
It does. You know what? I might not have come back. I shouldn't have come back on here.
Nah,
'Cause
Brother
I'm
Derek
too
is
upset.
cool.
You know, he wants to say all this stuff about
Charlie,
me.
let's calm down. Let's
But
calm
Brother
down.
Derek, I'm really, you know, on the back end, I'm trying to help you do something big time.
Yes,
You
Charlie,
know-
but also I say it again. You keep telling me that I'm doing things to you, and
I'm not
showing you
saying that.
I'm going out of my way.
I'm just saying you don't have to disrespect me is all I'm saying.
How did
I
I
wasn't disrespecting you. And you said I was going on and on your show. Well, you were leaving me hanging. I didn't know what you were doing. And how many times did you tell me to talk before? So that's what I was doing. And you said you lied on me. You said I didn't invite you to a premiere of mine. You weren't even subbed to my channel, and I didn't know I had
Not
to.
on the Reverend channel, but I was on 2 other ones. But
But
the
I
phone
didn't
was
know
on the
that you
Reverend.
weren't subbed to me, and I didn't know I had to invite you. I just did that. I was just going to post a video. I'm new when it comes to premiering videos, so I just premiered it, and I don't get a lot of people watching my premieres anyway, so I just dropped it. And it was about the children, and it was about something that mattered to me, you know. But this is where our relationship's gonna end. I know I'm not a bad person.
No, Chung Lee. Chung Lee is cool.
Jay, I love you to death, Jay, but I've got to go.
Hold on, tell me, what did I do that was so bad? I'm listening.
But Brother Derek,
Lee
that's
is
it.
cool.
You don't take no
For the people that's
accountability for
listening,
your
they're saying,
actions.
I don't take accountability for what actions.
It doesn't matter what I say. You're gonna deflect and
No,
not take
go
accountability.
back. Hold on, Chung Lee. Don't go nowhere, Chung Lee. Yeah, Brother Derek, go back from point one. From point one. What happened at the beginning?
No, he got mad because of the shutdown. He said that we should have been shut down longer. I agreed with him, but I said, you know, you still have to have some businesses open.
That's not
like
where it started. That's not where it started.
Then where did it start?
So
then?
go back to where it
earlier
started. Where
today.
did it start? Where did it start? Go
Earlier
back to where
today
it started.
when Liz suggested that we do a show on voodoo.
And I told you
Right.
it was your show.
And
You
I
can
came
do it,
and
whatever.
I asked Tony what was her opinion
Now
on
you're
it,
trying
because
to
I
make an
know
issue.
that
Oh,
she
yeah.
like angel cards. I came and I asked
I have
her,
angel cards.
and-
Yes, I
and she
do.
did the same thing that she did right here. And I had to go show her.
I told you it was your. I'll pull
that
up.
this
I'll
is
pull up
Liz's idea.
my
So she did the
hangout.
same thing earlier today.
I'll pull up my hangouts. I'll pull up my
Did you not?
hangouts and I'll show my hangouts. I had no issue with you doing a voodoo show. I said it was your show. If that's what you wanted to do it.
See,
That's what
that's
I
where y'all gotta
said.
go back to the original misunderstanding. That's the problem. If y'all
He
can
didn't
figure that out, then everything will
He
be
didn't say
cleared
none of
out.
this when I came on the show. He didn't say that. You didn't say none of this when I came on. I don't care what you do your show on. It's your show. I'm just somebody in the chat, and I thought I was welcome to come up here and talk. But apparently, the way you talk to me, I'm not going to take it.
What do you mean the way I talk to you?
Brother Derek, I'm just not gonna do this with you. I'm not
Well,
gonna
wait,
get
well,
up here.
listen, wait, hold on. Both of y'all
Always trying
dudes
to
are
run.
cool. Wait, yeah, but brother Derek, both of y'all are cool.
Wait a minute. Hold a second. Here's it. You don't have to go make a video. Here is the chat right here. Here is the hangout right here. You really want to go here?
Wow, see how he is.
Do you
What
really
did
want
I
to go
say?
here?
What did I
You
say
wanna go
so
here?
bad though? I said I won't watch
I
because
said, hey, Liz suggested I do something about voodoo.
But it wasn't
and
about
spiritualists.
Liz.
Will it bother you? I know you like the cards. Will you be offended? I'm asking you for your input. She wants the Bible perspective. Then I sent you the link that she sent
And
me.
then I
said it's
said,
wrong. And you said, I just
just
want to watch.
watched.
I got stuff to do.
Right.
Hey,
And I
talk to
said
you
it's
later.
your
I just won't be
show.
around anymore.
It had
Yeah.
nothing to do
Your
with
show,
this.
do what you want.
You're
If
well,
they will
you know
be
what?
there, I won't be. I got to go. You didn't. That's right there.
Yes, I had stuff I
That
had
is
to
right
do,
there,
but
dear.
I
That
didn't
is
say
right there.
nothing bad there. I
And it's
didn't
something
say
bad.
nothing bad. I didn't say
What time?
nothing bad.
How early was this? What time was this? How early was this? Was this
Like I
today?
said, yeah, it was today. Like I said,
How early was
Let's
this?
go back to where all
funny are you about my cards and all you doing a show on it. Timing is off there. I said, you want the screenshots? It's Liz idea. I can show you. And she said voodoo, not tarot card. You said, I don't care about screenshots. It's the timing. I feel I'm being attacked. I am done. And I said, but I remembered that we did tarot cards the other day and I came to you. If you don't want me to do it, then say so and I won't. Your show. Take care. Seems like they run your show. I said, how will Liz know that you like tarot cards seriously? But I respect you enough to ask your opinion. I can do another topic. I ask you all the time, do you have a topic? Do I not? And you said, I like angel cards. It's whatever. You do what you want to do. I am just tired. I'm just not going to be in the chat.
Yeah, Chuck Lee. It's all about clearing up a misunderstanding. That's what it's all about. Clearing up a misunderstanding, man. Come on. What's going on? And I'm cool. I'm cool.
Love. I came and I asked her. She right. It is my show, but I came and I asked her opinion. And then I went back and convinced Liz to get excited about another topic on her behalf. But I'm gone. Or I'm done. You know what I mean?
Nah, it's a Friday night, goddamn. I've been drinking too. Shit, I'm been drinking, but I'm chilling, man. Yo, what's going on with you tonight, brother Derek? How you doing tonight, brother? You good?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. I just
It's actually early. It's only 10:30, but I'm watching these basketball games, man. So I'm just chilling. But damn, man, yo, Chung Lee, she's a rider with you, dog. Yeah, y'all always getting this. Why don't y'all get married or some shit or go on a date or some shit? What's the matter with y'all? What's the problem?
Look,
I think I never asked her what state is she in. What state is she in? You know where she's from?
I'm not going to say. I'll leave it up to her to say. I don't want her.
Oh, you know where she's from. You know where she's from, then.
Yeah, I'm not going to say where though.
Is she from the Midwest? Then? I mean, that really damn. Where's she from? She sound like she's from the Midwest. Or is she from? Come on, come on, man. Give me a clue.
Lee,
dog.
will you
Come on.
please stop and go cool off, and come back there?
Oh, I'm setting him up with a video. No, Lee, call back in. I mean, what? I'm talking. Yeah, okay. She said let her back in. Yeah, it's a miss. I don't know, man. I'm chilling, man. Come on, y'all cool. Y'all both cool and shit. Come on. What's going on?
Okay, brother
Yo,
Derek,
yo.
you want to show hangouts and shit? Have you told everybody that I'm setting you up with a business and the
I
products
found
coming?
it. How you set me up? I found it. I found the business.
But I gave you the fucking money.
But I found
gave
it.
you the fucking money.
That makes us
You
equal.
couldn't do shit without me.
That makes us equal, though.
You're
If
not
I found
equal.
it,
I get
and then
it.
you fund it, that makes
Technically,
us
it's all
equal.
my shit. I
That
gave
makes
you.
us
I
equal.
gave it to you
But
because I
I
wanted
say it
you to
again.
make money.
You
But
told
then
me
you
to
could
keep
have stood
it
up here and
secret.
treated me like
So why are you
motherfucker.
talking about
That
it?
shit
You
ain't
told me
happening.
to keep it secret, but you blabbing it out.
Oh, but it's okay for you to put my business on YouTube.
You
When
said
I
you
did
was
nothing
gonna make
wrong,
a video.
you
I
showed
told you you ain't
hangouts
got
where
to do
I
that.
said nothing wrong
I
about
told you you don't
anybody.
have to
I
do
said
that.
it was your fucking show. I've given you almost $1,000 in
And you
fucking
said,
donations,
and what
and
did you
you're
say?
trying
What you
to
say to me
make
on the
me
phone?
look bad in front of
What did you
everybody
say on the
because you know
phone?
everybody.
Go ahead and do your video, but you lost a friend. Ain't that what you saying right now?
You have lost a friend tonight.
How
You
many
know my
times you gonna
mother's
say that?
dying. I told you the other day my dad's dying.
say it?
My dad is
That's
dying.
not an excuse.
I'm on medicine right now. I just took my medicine.
But I understand.
And my
but
father's dying. I'm helping you out, and this is
like a
how you
dove.
treat me. This is how you treat me. You are a sorry piece.
All right, bye. You need
No,
to
come on. Wait, come on. Don't say bye. What happened, man? What happened? What happened?
She need to go cool down. The fact of the matter is, every time I don't agree with her, she pulls this stunt. And yes, she does help me out. But just because you help me out, I'm still a human being. Okay? Now, like I said, I let her go on, and she knows it. I let her come on here and run the show. She knows it. But the fact of the matter is, behind the scenes, we have such great conversations. But if I say one thing she doesn't like, all of a sudden she's leaving. She's not my friend anymore.
But how did it get to this point, though, brother? How did it get to this point, man? I mean, y'all cool peoples, man. How did it get to this point? What happened?
What happened was we were talking about a topic, and once again, I disagreed with her. The same way that I thought that
Disagreed about what? Disagreed about what? What y'all disagree about?
About whether or not we should have locked down in March. I sent Trump detailed descriptions of what to do in case of the lockdown. And we were talking about it, and she kept talking about restaurants need to stay open. And I'm like, people can't go. Restaurants in New York were closed down for months. People can't go 2 weeks without going to the restaurant. They were, you don't understand. And then she went from that to, what about people that got medical conditions that need their medicine? I'm like, for 2 weeks, you can't get your medicine? I know I can show you pills that's 90-day supplies. That's not an excuse. Now, if you mess up and don't, then I do have an outline where you can actually make a call, and a daggone state militiaman will come by and pick you up and take you where you need to go. But you're not going to be wandering the streets picking up.
But you know what? But brother Derek, some people they're in tougher positions than other people, though. I'm pretty sure that you need some. You're probably in a better position than other people, though, right?
But what I'm saying is that if the government gives you $5,000 and tell you to get everything you need for 2 weeks, then you should be able to fill your gas tank up. You can only go to essential places. What do you need to go to the gas station for? You're not going to burn the gas.
You talking about filling your gas tank up at gas stations and all that shit, but people don't. There's some people that don't have damn cars. They just need the bare necessities around here, though. It's not about that. It's not always about that, man. You know, some people. You know, there's
$5,000 and you get $5,000 and you get to go get whatever you want, and you're gonna tell me that you're gonna run out of something in 12 days. If somebody give you $5,000 right now, 12 days from now, you're gonna say, you know what, I need something. I mean,
well, okay, brother there. Let me ask you this: the stimulus package, right? $14,000. How long is $14,000 going to last you? Tell me exactly how is $14,000 going to last you?
1,400 or 14,000.
the stimulus, the next stimulus package as far as
It's
you get.
1,400.
Yeah, that 1,400. How is that gonna? How is you gonna stretch that out throughout the months? Tell me about that.
You say how would I stretch 1,400?
How would
1,400
you
is
stretch?
not
How would you stretch
$5,000.
1,400 bucks out throughout the weeks? I'll say throughout the weeks. What would you do with 1,400 bucks?
If I didn't spend no money on the show, I probably would put 700 over the way and see what fun I could have with the other 7. I probably put or I might put it aside for the rent.
So you're saying that you would be investing a certain amount of money on this YouTube shit. That's what you're saying?
I said if I don't.
Oh, if you don't.
If I don't.
So are you planning on investing some money as far as upgrading your YouTube shit? Or I mean, what would you do exactly? What would you do exactly?
I've already upgraded. All I gotta do is just put everything the way I want to put it. But I don't really need to upgrade now. I might get a new cell phone, but that wouldn't be expensive.
For 1,400 bucks.
I said it wouldn't be expensive. I go with
Yeah.
the Metro and get a phone. I would go with the Metro and see what kind of deal they have on that phone for free. Sign up with their plan, get the phone for a couple months, and then put it with my plan.
Well, the reason why I was asking that question is because 1,400 bucks, you're going to do 1,400 bucks with what you planning on doing with it, but you don't have any children, you don't have any other obligations. You know what I'm saying? You only got to worry about yourself. You just got to worry about paying your bills as far as your house and your
But you keep saying 1,400.
That's what the government going to give us. 1,400.
My plan called for 5,000, and you're gonna tell me that people can't take 5,000 and make it last 2 weeks?
Oh, well, yeah, that's a different story. Okay,
Give me
well,
5,000. I'll still have some of it next year. Give me 5,000 at one time. I'll still have some of it next year.
You can stretch. Hold on, you're saying that you can stretch 5,000 bucks for next year?
Right now. I will still have some of it next year. I'm dead serious.
5,000 bucks. You can stretch that till next year.
You gave me $5,000 right now. I will still have some of it. You say, where's it at? I say it's right here.
5,000. Okay. Oh, shit. Tell me about that. What's your plan? I would like to know this.
I don't need anything as far as the studio goes. I got my little studio and I'm happy with it. There's a couple things I want to add, but they're real small. So basically, as far as somebody was saying, I might not have to buy a bike. If I don't, then that's $900 right there. That's gonna be sitting there. So, like I said, I would top off everything, and I know I definitely would set aside a month for rent, and you wouldn't hear me ask for nothing for a long time.
5,000 bucks. You can stretch 5,000 bucks to next year. Come on, man. Come on. You can stretch that out, really? 5,000 bucks. You can stretch it out
with donations. Not
yeah, come on. Yeah,
No,
exactly. Yeah, come on.
Hold on. I said with donations and not counting Chung Lee. I barely clear 1,000 a month. So you give me 5,000, goddamn.
No. Yeah, see, you gotta put Chung Lee in there without counting Chung Lee. Chung Lee ain't give you donations like that. Come on, man.
If you give me 5,000, I'll be rich. I would think I'll be rich.
Nah, come on, brother.
I'll probably cash it in, throw it on the floor, and roll in it. I'll be rolling in it. Hey, I'm rich.
No. See, yeah. I see you get a nice amount of money from some government assistance. Yeah, on top of that.
It will be $5 here, maybe $10 there. Before you know it,
yeah,
you be gone, and you be like, "Hey, he still got 2,000. How you still got 2,000? How you holding on to that money?" And they be like,
Don't, hey, come on, don't be bullshit. Come on, you bullshit over there. Come on, you got a girl running off the platform, man, and I'm coming in. I don't know what happened earlier, but Chuckly, she's a cool lady, man. Have her come back in, man.
She's a cool
Come
lady,
on.
and I ain't got nothing but love for her. But like I said,
Yeah.
when we disagree on something, instead of her saying let's agree, disagree, she always want to take it to the next level. And I say, no, just stop. We'll talk about it on the back end. But no, she won't do it. She got to be out here in front of the camera. She's so busy worried about what people think about her. I keep telling her.
Hey, but you know what, brother Derek, man? If you're a real player, if you're a real hustler, just be honest and come clean and just be like, look, female, sweetheart, hey, all you ladies out there, I love y'all, but I just want y'all money, just be a hustler, because at the end of the day, they're gonna give you money regardless, bro. They're gonna give you money regardless. You don't gotta bullshit with the ladies, dog. Don't bullshit. You know what I'm saying?
And like I said, it's like you walking on eggshells. I mean, constantly walking on eggshells, and you just wondering when is the explosion gonna happen.
What you saying? What now? The exposure.
The explosion.
Explosion. What you talking about?
Like what we just had, the explosion. I had it earlier today, and I had it today, just now. The explosion.
No, I missed that. I got here late, man. I don't know. I'm watching this goddamn the Clippers in the Utah game right now. I don't know what the hell y'all. What happened, man? Come on. Hey, Chung Lee, call back in. I don't know. I mean, she's we ain't even worrying about all this bullshit. We got bigger fish to fry. Yeah, Chung Lee is right there. Yo, what's going on, Chung Lee? Yo, let her talk though. Let her talk, brother Derek. Let her talk, bro. She got it. Yeah, we get. Hold on. Is she muted?
Hello.
What?
Yeah, you all right? You all right, Trey? Yeah,
No,
you got
I'm
it,
not
Tony.
okay. Because he tried to make a situation a problem with me and Liz that wasn't had nothing to do with what me and him was talking about. We were talking about, like you and him was talking about, living off of so much money and being locked down, and the only thing I was saying, when you have a family, or maybe a sick family member or mother or father or something like that living with you, it's harder to stay locked down, because you might have to take that person to chemo, or you might have to go out and get a prescription, because some prescriptions only good for so many days, and you might have somebody with can only eat certain types of food, and that's why he got mad at me.
Because it's covered in my plan. The videos are up.
Well, it might be your plan, but it's not realistic.
You talking like I didn't cover that already, and I did. That's
you
what
might
I
have
said.
covered it, but it's not. It's not
when
a
I
real
told you,
plan.
the videos are up. Go look at it. That's when you got mad.
Nothing I say it's going to matter to you, because in your head you're playing. You're right.
Videos up. Go look at it.
And no matter what I say, I'm going to be wrong, because it's not fitting in your narrative of what you want to happen. So therefore, I'm in a losing battle. So I'm just gonna stop there.
No, but hang on, Chung Lee. I mean, I'm listening to the both of you. Now, brother Derek, you're a religious brother. And now, what would Jesus do at this point? What would Jesus do?
Jesus would say, "Calm down. Let's talk about it tomorrow." That's what Jesus would
Yeah,
say.
okay. So let's start there. Let's just start there from the beginning. Let's just start there. Jesus said, "Well, calm down." We gotta get to a common plane with this shit, because Jesus would do that. Cause goddamn it, I got some water that I'm about to turn into some wine right now, and let me I want. Matter of fact, let me go get some wine. My bad. Go ahead, go ahead, talk. Say what you were saying there.
All right, now wait a minute. Hold on a second. Now, NNC said that she bought me the first one, and she said he sold it. He should be walking right now. Didn't you tell me that my fat ass broke it anyway? So what's the problem? Now I did need to sell it because the Social Security cut into my check and it kept me from paying the rent. So I did sell a bike. I didn't want to sell it, but I sold the bike because I needed it, and I had already got another one. So it was just sitting there anyway. But I understand. You gave me the Halo. We still use it to charge up the lights on the bike. The stuff that you gave me is still in use. But yes, I did need to sell that. But you rather I've been put out in the cold than not sell a bike when I already had another one? I mean, I'm just trying to understand where you're going with that, dear.
Okay, now that's cool. Now that's cool because she let you talk. Now that's the beauty of people. If there's a misunderstanding, you say what you had to say. Now give her the opportunity to say what she gotta say. Now we're gonna get a clear understanding of what's going on. So go ahead and Chung Lee and say what you gotta say. That's the beauty of this. Go ahead, you got it.
I just believe that he didn't like what I was saying. He got louder and louder with me, and I feel like there was some loss of respect there. He could have, he could have listened to me too. It could have been I stopped listening when he started raising his voice at me, and I was wrong there. But that's a level of disrespect when nobody's right all the time, and you're always telling me to come up here, and if I can't come up here and give my opinion without you getting angry at me or you not liking my opinion, what's the use of me ever coming up here again? And Brother Derek, when you try to make it about Liz, I have no issue with Liz.
I didn't try to make it about Liz. I just told the truth.
That's not what happened, though. That is not. You put your show. You put the title on the show. I do not run your show.
Do you see how confidently and how well spoken when I talk to you I am? Why can't you give me that back?
Okay.
I'm
so
asking
it's
you.
about okay. Let's talk. Well,
you
let
ask
me
me
finish
something, I
then.
answer it.
You're not being really
I let
well
you ramble
spoken.
on for 5
You're not
minutes.
even letting me talk right now. So you're not being that well spoken when you're not letting me talk.
Hey, let me ask you something, Brother Derek. The Liz unknown person in your chat room. Have you talked to her?
Yes, I talked to her earlier today, but I talked to her on the phone too. Yeah.
But she haven't called into your StreamYards.
No.
All I was trying to say, that had nothing to do with what the blow up with me and you recently tonight.
Somebody asked me what started it. And
That's not what started it, though, Brother Derek.
It started earlier today because you
No,
said
Brother Derek, you're wrong. Brother Derek, you were talking to me on the phone.
You won't let me talk. You say I can't talk, but you won't let me talk.
But I can't talk. All I'm trying to say is you were on the phone with me. It was not an issue. It was not a problem. You talked to me for hours. I told you to do your show on whatever you wanted to do your show on. When you got mad at me, it was over the lockdown thing, and
No, it
admit
wasn't.
it.
I got mad at you earlier today because you was wrong. I showed you love and respect, and I came to you.
You're lying. I can't win against a liar.
And I asked you.
You're lying.
Do you have an issue with this? I'm lying. I just showed them in the hangout. I'm lying. I just showed them what I said to you in the
You know what? You know what this is about, Jay?
Here you go. See,
you know what this is about? He wants to use me. He wants to use me. He wants to use me for ratings. He wants to use our arguments to boost his.
I don't want to argue.
Yes, you do. You want to say, see, look how she's acting.
How many times have I asked you to stop, Chung Lee?
You're using me. Is what you're doing right now to try to boost your views.
We'll figure that out, Chung Lee. We'll figure that out.
That's what he's doing. You're trying to use
figure that out. We'll figure that out. I don't think Brother David is doing that, but we'll figure that out. Because
But
the
it
thing is,
is.
you got hold on. The lady, Liz Unknown. I mean,
But it
can you
had
hit the stream
nothing to
yards?
do with it. We were talking about the coronavirus. And Liz, if you're in here, you know I was talking about the coronavirus.
Liz Unknown, call into the stream yards. It's right there. Hey, brother Derek, put your stream
You know
yards
what,
back
brother
in.
Derek? You know what? I'm not going to keep doing this because all he wants is views. He's going to say, well,
Hey, brother
Chun-Li,
Derek, put your stream yard link back in the
he's going to say Chun-Li's
Hold on.
this.
No.
He's going to say
Hold
Chun-Li's
on.
that.
Hold on.
Chun-Li is
Hold on.
this. Chun-Li is that. And I have not done
Y'all
nothing.
see what I'm saying?
to
It's my
you.
show. I'm asking to hold on and she won't do it. Hold on a minute, please.
You're disrespectful
You're
is
still
what
doing
you are.
You're disrespecting me.
Yeah.
I
Tell
asked you to
tell
hold
Jay how you got your studio.
still-
Tell Jay how you getting all these e-bikes. Tell Jay who helps you buy food. Tell Jay.
I never denied none of that. But the
Yeah.
fact of the matter
But
is,
it doesn't give you right to disrespect
whenever
me.
you get angry with me, you go off on me for no reason.
I wasn't
That's
going
the
off
fact that
on you.
go-
I'm
you go
hurt.
off on me. You go off
You
on
know
me
what?
for no reason.
You know what?
Hey,
I'm
wait.
All right. You ain't got the right to go
I'm
off.
just gonna step down. I'm
Hey,
just gonna
Chun-Li,
step
don't go
down
nowhere. Don't Chun-Li, just chill.
because
Just chill for a
I'm a
second.
better person than he's treating me, Jay.
Nah,
I'm not
just
treating you
chill,
bad.
chill.
I'm not treating you bad.
Brother Derek's cool. Yeah, and you
He's
know,
not
hey,
cool.
Chun-Li.
How am I treating
Nah,
you bad?
Chun-Li, you know,
But it's
Brother
amazing
Derek's
how
cool.
whenever I disagree with you,
Of course you disagree
you ain't my
because
friend
you're
no
the
more.
one doing the
I
bad
put you
behavior.
on, and you talk to me that way. How dare you disagree with me?
Yeah, because
That's your
you're
problem.
talking to me disrespectfully,
How
and
is
I'm
it
not
disrespectful?
disrespecting you.
Do you know what respect is?
Do you?
I showed you respect today.
You ain't showed me shit.
I did show you respect. I showed you
Or
respect when
whatever.
I went against another family member wishes and convinced her to do a topic so you won't get mad and not be my friend.
I wasn't. How
And
would
then
I
you
get
come
mad?
here,
I wasn't even going to watch your show tonight. I was going to watch Netflix.
and then we come here.
I was going to watch Netflix. That's how much I cared about your show tonight. Okay. So I didn't give a fuck about what
I got
your show was
9
about.
videos to show, but I've been letting you ramble on for hours. People in the chat are saying, and hit me up on the hangout saying, get off of that. I ain't done nothing. I'm letting you go on, but I don't respect
I
you.
was talking. If
But
you
I
go
don't
back and
respect you.
rewind, we were talking about the COVID. Okay.
Now, I
I
might
paid
not
for
have
your.
money to give
Hey
you,
Jay,
but
I
I
even
give you
paid for
respect.
his StreamYards, man.
I give you respect.
Because I care about you, brother Derek.
And I care about you.
Hey, look,
I
hey,
care
come
about you,
on.
but you don't get
God
this
damn.
right here. Your behavior toward me shows me everything I need to know about how you feel
No,
and how he
stop.
treats
Hey,
me.
The
come
people
on.
already see when they
Chun-Li is cool.
everything
Yo,
around you.
Chun-Li he's
It
all
makes
right.
me look like a sucker that I let you run
Right now,
is cool.
the things he's saying about me
Do you
is
think the people in
wrong.
the chat respect
I'm
me
supposed to
when
take
I'm
the way he's
letting you
talking
do all
about
these
me,
things?
even though I paid for everything for him. And I'm not saying this to be mean. I'm just saying this because he has no respect
Hey,
or he
brother
doesn't
Derek,
care.
man. Hey, brother Derek, you fucking Joe, relax, dog. Just
He
trying
doesn't
to.
care about what nobody does for him. That's why I'm
God
saying
damn.
what I'm saying. He doesn't care about what anybody does for him.
So
All I'm saying,
what I did
brother
for you,
Derek, man, damn, god damn. All I'm
well,
saying
Jay,
is, dog,
this is
yo, she
between me
bought,
and her. Okay.
dog.
Okay.
What?
All I want to say is that if I didn't respect her, why would I do what I did earlier today?
Yeah, but see, she feels that she's not getting any respect, and she get respect from me because she's been a warrior, bro. She's been a soldier throughout everything, man. She's good peoples, man. Chun-Li's good peoples. everybody's going to have a misunderstanding. We always gonna fight. You gotta come to a calming plane to just fucking be like, you know what? All right. I don't fuck with you on this point. I misunderstand this. I don't agree with you here. But damn, why does it always have to come to you guys talking about y'all not gonna fuck with each other no more? It's getting old right now. Chung Lee, come on, Chung Lee, you cool peoples, come on. She's a lady. She's gonna get emotional. Of course, she's gonna get emotional. But we all got to come to a common okay. Me and Chung Lee is not gonna agree with everything. I'm gonna say, you know what? I disagree with that, but you know what? I'm gonna respectfully disagree with it. That's the bottom line, bro. That's the bottom line. We all cool. We all cool at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? And brother Dave, you know this out of all people, for you to be so religious as you are. And Chung Lee, she's who she is. And this Liz Unknown person in your chat room, hit the link, Liz Unknown, because whoever that person is, I want to see what you talking about. But excuse me, everybody. Oh shit! Goddamn, I've been drinking. Oh goddamn, I'm fucking watching this goddamn basketball game. I ain't trying to really fight with y'all. I'm just.
I don't want to fight either.
chilling.
And Jay, I appreciate everything you said, Brother Derek. I would appreciate when I leave off of here, you just don't talk about me no more, and I won't talk about you.
No. Don't go nowhere, Chung Lee. Don't go. Chung Lee, cool. Don't go nowhere, Chung Lee.
Why do you keep trying to run? You told me you would never leave
walking
me.
Away respectfully.
You told me that you would never leave me. But then every word out your mouth is, I'm gone. I ain't your friend.
Look how you talk to me.
You and I was engaged in a debate. But because
that wasn't a debate when you started yelling, and I mean you took it to a whole different level, and then you said it was about something else. So, I mean, I don't even want to talk about it anymore. Jay, I love you as my brother, and Brother Derek, I do too. I love you as my brother too, but I just can't take, this you liking me one minute and then I'm the worst thing to ever walk the next minute. I just can't do that, I'd be doing myself a disservice.
And once again, I'm letting you ramble on, and you ain't making up. You ain't making up.
Right there is an insult.
That's not an insult. Well, I'm letting you go on. And
I wasn't rambling. I was talking.
What I said. Because the fact of the matter is, I didn't say anything.
You don't respect me.
And you sat there. You still keep over talking me, even though it's my show.
You won't have. I have a right to talk. It doesn't mean I'm rambling.
You keep going on saying the same thing over and over again.
You're just disrespectful to me.
And you say I'm disrespectful to you.
You are.
Yet I bow down and bend over for you.
You don't.
I disagree with you.
What? You know what? You know what, Brother Derek? It's whatever. You're gonna
whenever you do that.
Just do whatever you say. Go ahead and get your views. Go ahead and get your views, because this is what it's about. You don't think back to those days when I don't even want to go there when you needed something. I was there for you.
TikTok videos waiting to be showed. Okay, and we're sitting here talking about this when we should be talking about this off the air. But you want to keep.
What are you even talking about?
You want to keep doing this, not me. I asked you to stop an hour ago.
No, you're right. It is over because when
I asked you to stop an hour ago.
When I get off this StreamYards, I'm done with you.
You've been saying that.
Well, I'll show you.
Okay, you still here?
Well, take care. Just don't say nothing else about me again, and I won't say nothing else about you. If you say anything else about me, mention my name.
Well, I'm planning on drinking.
Justice
say
Lee,
I
all I'm
don't
asking is
respect
to
her.
be left
She
alone.
always threatens me.
I'm not threatening you.
Why
I'm
do you
asking you to
threaten
leave
me
me
when you know
alone. From
that
this point
it does
on,
not bother me?
from this
If
point
you don't
on,
help me get something, I'll get it another way.
well,
I
then give
like
me
the
all my money
friendship.
back then. Give me my
Oh, come
$1,000
on.
back then. Give me my money back for the StreamYards
$1,000.
then.
Me back all the time. I'll listen to you ramble on and on. How much is that worth? I know psychiatrists get $30 an hour.
Well,
How
see,
much do I
CJ,
get
if I
listening to you
talk
ramble
to
on and
him,
on?
if
How
I
much do I
talk to
get
him,
rambling on? There you go. Bye. How much money do I get listening to you
Wait.
ramble on and on for a goddamn hour? Yeah. Now I ain't gonna talk about you like you said. I got videos to put on. I ain't gonna talk about you.
Hold on. You gave him 1,000. She gave you $1,000?
I don't know how much it is, but God darn it, how much she give me for listening to her ramble on? And you know, I actually, because you know, I broke up with my lady friend, and I really enjoy her company. She think it's about the money. No, it's not. It's about the companionship that we had. But it's like I'm on.
She donated like
I had to
at least
always. I don't
$1,000.
care how much.
Is it at least 1,000? Hold on. She donated $1,000 to you?
I don't care how much he donated to me. That don't mean that you control me. I ain't the damn child. Every
I
time I
understand
say
that,
something
but
like,
fuck, man, I've been trying to get a goddamn PlayStation 5 for
I ain't
the
giving you no more
longest.
money. Yeah, you disagree with me. I ain't getting no more money. You not riding with me.
Fuck.
Okay, well, don't give me no more money then. Not gonna kill me.
Hold on, brother. Hold on.
Yeah.
She donated more than 1,000. I mean, what? Yo, give me an
It
estimate
doesn't
of how
matter
much
how
this
much he
lady
donated.
donated money to you.
So you saying if somebody donate to you that they can talk to you like a Doug and run your life? That what you saying?
I don't have a channel though, but
But I'm saying if somebody give you money, they can run your life, tell you what to do. Anytime you give an opinion, especially if they don't agree with it, you trash. You ain't nobody. I ain't giving you nothing else. I'm not your friend no more. I'm not gonna talk to you no more. I'm done with you. And it's like, how come we can't disagree and then come back and talk about it later on? Why it always gotta be a blowout? And why she just can't stop? If I'm begging you to stop, just stop. We'll talk about it. It's the same thing every time. I'm asking her to stop. She got to keep pushing it, and she keep pushing it, and she know pushing me is going to bring Brodero out. She know it. She do it
okay.
anyway. She do it on purpose.
As far as your relationship, how long has this been, man? It sounds like it's been a while, bro. I don't know what's going on. How long y'all been chopping it up with each other?
Well, she did ask that we not talk about her when she left. So can I respect that?
Okay. Well, fuck it. There's so much other shit to talk about, but
Yeah. So
damn, she donated a lot of money to you though. But all right, okay, all right, okay.
Let's talk about something else. She said don't talk about her, so I'm gonna respect that and not talk about
Oh
her.
yeah, but much respect to Chung Lee, man. She'll be back, man. Yeah, Chung Lee, yeah. Come on. All right, well, I don't know. Are you planning on doing something in the morning so where everybody is sobered up in the morning or something?
I'm going to tell you something. Chung Lee, with all her faults, when she's not worked up like that, she is a great person.
Yeah, she is a great person. Chung Lee is cool.
I was in trouble. I was stranded last night, and I was out there in the cold, and I had sat down on the park bench and got soaking wet, and I probably could have died of hypothermia. And she kept asking me, call the mechanic. And my pride was like, no, I'll just walk home. And she kept nagging at me. So finally, I called him and he said no. I picked up my bags and started walking like I was walking before. And he called back 4 minutes later and he said, where you at? I said, I made it down here. I'm almost to the gas station, the two gas stations. You can look at any video when I'm going to Walgreens or Family Dollar. You see them two gas stations right there. And you can see how long a walk that is. And it's not as bad as the market. The market got hills. Thank God there wasn't no hills, but their sidewalks were not cleared. And I was trying to walk in the street. That didn't work because the cars was driving by like a bat out of hell. So I had to walk. And I was walking on the sidewalk and I kept stopping every 5 minutes and just resting. And I was like in front of the bar. And I was like, man, I hope none of these people kept pulling up and going to the bar. And I was like, I hope nobody don't start nothing. And then the phone rang, and it was the mechanic. And I don't know if Jesus touched his heart, but he said, I'm coming to get you. And I kept walking. I told him I was at the gas station. And he called back again. I said, I'm on the bench. And he pulled up, and I got in that car, and it felt so good to get in that car and get driven the rest of the way. And I would
Hold on. You're missing part of. Help me out with part of that story. How did you get to that point, though? I mean, how did you get to that point?
I was
what
outside
happened?
for 2 hours. Not one cab drove by. Not one. Not a cab, not a hack, not a nothing. Because the weather was so bad. Nobody.
No, what I'm asking you is, did you ride your bike over there, or how the hell did you get to that point?
I took a cab there, and I had to wait. We waited almost 2 hours for a cab when I went and picked the desk up from the Advanced Auto Part. I made the cab stay there. I wouldn't let them leave. I was like, you ain't gonna leave me out here with this there on desk. Somebody knocked me in my head while I'm sitting here waiting an hour and a half for the cab. So, but the same thing happened. They couldn't find a cab. I called 4 different cab companies. Nobody could find me a cab. I don't know.
Listen. Hey, brother Derek, let me say something. Let me say something to you, because you know, I go way back as far as this YouTube shit, as far as everything. You know, Lady La, Lady La was there for you, right? You remember Lady La, right?
Lady La.
She was there for you. She hooked you up with some money too. You remember her, right?
Yeah.
Come on, follow me.
She also lied though. She said that she got me an air conditioner when D Rizzo got it.
Did she donate money to you?
Yes, she did. She donated. She donated me 2 times when she asked me to block somebody. Yes.
Let me tell you something, man. Anybody that donate $2 or $3 to you, that's enough for a goddamn coffee and a goddamn a sandwich. You know what I'm saying? Anybody that donate any money to you, you should be appreciative of that, bro. You understand that?
You do be appreciative of that, but at the same time, you don't lose yourself. Okay? You don't lose yourself, because then you become that person's mark.
Now let me ask you this: did you, and you being a religious brother, did you pray for this, for these blessings?
I pray every day, and I pray for everybody. And like I said, I don't understand. We get along so well, and then she just snaps, and I don't understand it. And I try to stop her.
Did you pray? Did you pray for a person like Chung Lee to come across your presence to bless you with for somebody that don't. She didn't have to give you a goddamn thing, but the grace of God, she gave you her money to help you out. Did you pray for that?
I'm praying for her right now, Jay.
You praying for her,
and I'm praying for our situation to be healed right now as I'm talking to you. I am really praying that this work out.
You praying that she's gonna come back to give you more money?
No, I don't want to lose the friend, because we talk a lot behind the scenes.
Okay, so there's a certain amount of respect, and there's some disrespect that's going on here. Do you agree?
I agree that there's disrespect going on, but from what side?
Well, shit, I would give a little bit of respect to somebody that's giving me, that's giving me some money to help me out. I would show some respect to them. But then again, I don't want to be disrespected. If somebody's going to be disrespecting me and giving me money and then disrespecting me in the same aspect, I would tell them to keep your money. I get that point. I get that. But dog, if you need the money, if they're if they're not being disrespectful and they're trying to look out for you, you shouldn't be disrespecting them in the process. I'm trying to figure out what the hell is going on as far as that point is going on. I mean, is she giving you money and then disrespecting you, or is she giving you money and you're disrespecting her? What's going on?
No, what's happening is that when I say something she don't like or don't agree with, that's when she brings up the money thing, and I ain't your friend no more, and I ain't gonna give you nothing else and all this. And I just say, hey, just I learned, calm down, don't say anything, just let it go, right? And then she'll call back later on, and then everything be fine. So.
Okay.
So,
Yo, who the fuck is this? Yo, hey, let me ask you something. This Nightbot. What the fuck is this Nightbot cat? Who the hell is that? What is that? Because they put this phone number in your shit. What is that Nightbot person? Who
it's
is
a
that?
bot. It's a bot. It just tells people like to donate and stuff. So I ain't got say it. It tells them
you gotta do what?
It tells them subscribe, like the show, donate, without me telling them.
But how does that work though? Who is it? I mean, what you gotta pay for that or something?
No, it's
Who
free.
is it?
It's free. All you gotta do is type in Nightbot and Google and it pop right up. AJ, can you do me a favor?
Yeah.
I gotta go to the bathroom. I'm a diabetic. Can you run the show for a minute?
Yeah. Put your StreamYard shit back in there, dog. Before you run.
I'll bring her back and y'all can talk. I go to the bathroom.
No, if she scrolls up, she can shit. I can't click her back. Yeah, I don't know. Man, it's a Friday night, man. Shit, got fucking shoveling, goddamn snow. I gotta keep putting the goddamn the salt on my goddamn ground over there. Shit, but this Liz. No, I mean, I come in peace, man. I'm at the point in my life, man. I don't want no beef with anybody. I love all y'all, man. I love all y'all. I don't give a fuck who you are, shit. I'm not a badass causing trouble with anybody. I love all y'all, man. And I think that's what this world needs and shit. It's I don't know. It's not I'm not about causing trouble. And the Chung Lee, but we got to combat people that want to create disruption with each and every one of us. If you're about peace, come on, be about peace. Be about peace. That's what I'm about. But hey, it's shit. I'm just one person. As far as I'm concerned, how many people is in this world? Shit, I think even on my block where I'm from, it's the square block where I'm at, it's about 100,000 people. 100,000. Shit, I gotta get along with 100,000 people in the circle and shit. I gotta go to the local store. I gotta go to the supermarket. I gotta get along with people. We gotta put these masks on our faces and everything. It's this world is everything is bigger than us, man. And I don't know. Whatever, man. Everybody wants to. Then you got these low lives that want to start trouble and cause more disruption. This is not the time for that. This is not the time for that. Whatever religious beliefs that you guys believe in, I don't even care about that. It's not even about that, because if you are a Christian or a Jehovah's Witness or a Muslim or Catholic or whatever you are, at the end of the day, let's all just get along. Get along. I'll put it to you like this. I'll give you a quick story real quick. The two of you that's in here. I got my place, shoveling snow. I'm getting my car out of my driveway. I see a older lady, a middle-aged lady. She's struggling. I took my shovel. I went over across the street to help her shovel her car out. She really appreciated that because she would have been late for work. but I took the time out of my busy day to help her out. When are we going to each and every one of us reach out and stop being so selfish? Each and every one of us. When are we gonna? When are we all gonna get along? But I just came to the conclusion that it's just a uphill battle. It's not gonna happen. Well, it's just wishful thinking in my world. But you just got trolls that just gonna come in and say, "Fuck you, Jay from Jersey, you asshole, you son of a bitch, you drunk motherfucker, fuck you, nigga, you ain't about shit and all that shit." I gotta deal with that every day, even though I do my best to bring everybody together. But
I
you
appreciate
know.
you, Jay.
Oh shit, you back in? Okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
he
damn.
let me back in. I
Oh
just
damn, where
wanted
the
to
hell
let
you
you
come
know.
from? I thought I was talking to myself just now.
No, I was listening. Oh, I just want to say something to you, Jay. You've known me for a lot of years, haven't you?
Oh yeah. And
We go back
you did a
way.
lot of work. Yeah.
And I'm
You
not
did
the
a lot
kind
of
of
work.
person that just start trouble with somebody, am I? Unless it's like Tommy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I,
yeah,
I'm
yeah,
not
yeah.
that person that somebody's portraying me as, and some people think that I am.
Yeah,
And
and
All right, get out of
yeah.
here. And I'm taking Jay out of here too. All right, enough. Enough of that foolishness. Let me tell y'all a true story that happened last night and this morning. When I told y'all the mechanic came and picked me up, he was there within 2 minutes. But what woke me up today was him trying to start that very same tow truck. He tried for half an hour and it wouldn't start. I started praying for that truck to start. I prayed so hard that it was almost tears coming out my eyes. And when that engine turned over, and he is a mechanic, and he was out there for half an hour. Yet within 2 minutes of me praying for that truck to start, it finally turned over. And I knew right then and there that I'm lucky and I'm blessed. Because if he would have sat out there for half an hour trying to get that truck started like he did this morning, I probably would have froze to death on that bench because I was already soaked. And it was freezing temperature last night. And my feet were sitting on 2 inches of solid ice. And my behind was sitting on a bench that had an inch of solid ice on it, the back and the bottom. When I got in the house last night, I was so wet that when I sat down on the bed to take my socks off, water came dripping out the socks. When I took my pants off, I had a daggone spot on the bed. I had soaked the bed. I had to flip the mattress. When I had took my underwear off, I had to take and change the pillowcase because it was so soaked. I realized the power of God. And I realized that I'm blessed to know him. And even though I was angry last night, because I called the cab early enough that it should have been there when I got outside. The people let me stay in there. And that was a blessing too. They don't do that for everybody. They put you out. They let me stay in that store. They was in there counting money, opening the safe, and they allowed me to stay in there. Because when they put me out, they came out. Y'all saw the video. They didn't come out much later. They're like, "You still here?" I was like, "Yeah." So they let me stay as long as they could stay. And I stood out there with 4 bags, and not one person bothered me. Not one. And then when I moved to the parking bench, those guys had been sitting on that parking bench for an hour. I was like, man, I don't even want to go sit next to them. But guess what? The bus pulled up. And they got on it, and I had the bench to myself. Even though it seemed like I was deserted, Jesus and God was still watching my back. Every time the young ruffians came down, they would always turn down the block before me, or they would cross the street. Even when I walked past the bar and I had to stop and rest, not one person said a word, even looked at me. When I stopped in front of that busy carryout, and y'all know the carryout I'm talking about, there's always cars in front of it. I had to stop and rest there. Not one person even looked in my direction. Now, I had my wasp spray with me, but I understand the power of God. And God put people in your life for a reason. Now, I don't know why Chung Lee gets this way. I don't know. But I see it coming, and I ask her to stop because it's not necessary. What we were arguing over, and it wasn't an argument, it was a debate. It wasn't worth getting worked up. It wasn't worth it. What we talking about was not worth getting worked up. Why are we talking about something that could have happened? We got 500,000 dead and 28 million infected. Trump didn't do what I said. So why are we arguing about it? Seriously, what was we arguing about that was so important? We were arguing about something that should have been done a year ago. It's too late now. We've already lost more than 500,000 Americans when we could have only lost 50. There ain't nothing we can do about that. Talking about going back and talking about that does not help the fact. But the fact is, I did have a detailed plan. And you cannot attack a detailed plan unless you study the plan. Because then you're going to find out, oh, that was in there, or that was in there. And then you're going to get mad. It's not worth it. It's not. It's not worth it. Now, I was wrong for showing what was said earlier, but she said she was going to put up a video about it. Well, I said, you ain't got to make no video. But the fact of the matter is, our topic tonight is not because of what I wanted to do. It was because of what she wanted to do, and I respected her. I respected her enough to say, let's just change everything. Some people say, that's a good topic. And here's the thing. When I came back to tell Liz that I don't think it was a good idea, she already had another idea. Whose intervention was that? How did she know? And I showed excitement and jumped on that idea and made her forget about the first one. But see, I could have done the show and then said, oh, I forgot. I forgot. No, I came straight to Chung Lee and said, do you have an issue with this? I know that you believe in it. Do you have an issue with it? That is respect. That kind of loyalty you can't pay for. Because I'm going to do a show on voodoo, you don't know me no more. I didn't get mad. I said, okay. Somehow I got to talk Liz out of it. I got lucky. She came up with a new topic of her own. So I didn't even have to convince Liz. I was able to save face. Because if she hadn't, she would have wondered, you were so excited about this. Now why all of a sudden did you change your mind? Never came to that. She told me she was not going to call into the show tonight, but she did. I didn't mind. She says the ratings. I'll mention what the views are because since we have got the StreamYards, the views have gone up. I've told y'all that I hate StreamYards. I think that StreamYards is for babies. We pushing out 5.1 Dolby Digital Audio and we doing 4K graphics. Why don't I want to come back here and just do regular old 720 at 96 gigabits when we were doing 320 to 1034, but we only doing 96 here on the StreamYards. That's a big difference. But it's okay. It sounds okay. Y'all are used to it. Everybody else do StreamYards. I said, okay. You know, Chung Lee said, I'll get it, and we got it. And it's been great. The chat has been great. The numbers have been booming. We got some trolls, but it's okay. It's easy on the phone. The phone was pushing out 12 tracks, 6 right and 6 left. The YouTube kept putting that yellow sign up there talking about they can't handle it. Well, then why am I doing it? Why am I stressing myself? I can take the cellular antenna and put it in the closet. We can do StreamYards without it. We don't need the extra boost. It was a great idea. I never would have done it if it wasn't for her. So if she leaves, who's gonna when the 20 hours run out, who's gonna step up? Nobody. So basically, this is just a 1 month thing, and then we'll be back to having the glitches and all that other stuff that we normally have when we start the show. So you told me not to share the information with the people, but now you're sharing it. You asked me not to share the information with the people, and now you're sharing it because they realized the mistake and put the price back. So now you're willing to share it. I had asked you days ago, should we share it with the people? You said no. Really? So this tells me you're showing I don't have to say anything. All we have to do is watch your actions. Because I did not insult you. You insulted me. But you will put information that you said not to say. I've been wanting to tell the people about it. You didn't want me to. I did what you said. But you leak it. I haven't said nothing bad about you, have I? I haven't said anything bad about you. I'm talking to you nice and calmly. I ain't said nothing bad about you. If you come up right here now, you can, but I'm talking nice and calmly. What would I miss more? Talking to you when you're not worked up for your money. Not talking to you is what I would miss more. The fact of the matter is, if it wasn't for you, would it still be trash bags on the window? Yep. if it wasn't for you, but I have the table here instead of the desk. Yes, that doesn't change me sitting here. What I have the executive chair instead of having the chair that Snazzy bought me right here. Does it change me? No. It's just stuff. That's why I don't get worked up when you say, well, I'm not going to get you nothing else. I go, okay. But are we still going to have our conversations? That's what's important. If you never donate another thing, would I still talk to you? Yes, I would. That's the difference. It ain't about that. It's nice to have somebody to talk to. If we actually get them, I'll send you 2 of them. Three of them if you want. That's if we get them. There ain't no guarantee. Ain't nothing hit my doorstep yet. So if something hit my doorstep, that's why I listen to her and saying, not telling y'all, because I ain't want to look stupid and have everybody run out there. I didn't want to look stupid. But if all y'all want an e-bike, all I need is an address to send it to you. I'll send them. $350-watt motors. Yeah, I wish it was 1,000, but 350 will do the job, and it's 7-speed, and they got removable batteries, so you can swap the batteries. So I'm gonna put like 2 batteries in the backpack, and we'll be able to go long range. I'll be able to make it to the hospital now with these. If we get them, we ain't got them yet. Ain't no guarantee we gonna get them. That's why I ain't had no problem not saying anything. Because if now we gonna look stupid. Suppose we don't get them. Y'all gonna say, hey, where the bikes at? Like, they never came. Then we gonna look stupid. So let's get back to the show today. I'm sure y'all tired of talking about the coronavirus. So let's that window still open. Oh, we still got we got links from No Night Podcast. So hold on a sec. My bad, y'all. I think she said she put like 4 of them in there. Share screen.
He's loved by so many that it's hard to believe he was this depressed and he did this.
Spencer Smith left a note for his parents, writing about feeling locked in the house and growing apart from his friends. Then he took his own life. He was just 16 years old. Now, after losing his son, Jay Smith says our kids and our teenagers need better support during this pandemic, that they need to be back at school and doing extracurricular activities.
The kids need their peers more than ever now.
Pastor Mark Rockwood is the chaplain at the Brunswick Police Department. He says he's hearing from a lot of teens in his youth group about not being able to see their friends. Some of them saying they have friends who are having dark thoughts, just like Spencer did.
It's already a stressful time for many of them. And now when they don't have the ability to have that social interaction with one another, that puts more added stress on them.
According to a recent article in the International Journal of Medicine, studies show that social isolation is often connected with suicidal behavior. The article goes on to say, from a suicide prevention perspective, it is troubling that the most important public health approach for the COVID-19 epidemic is social distancing. Smith says he knows the virus is very real, but for teenagers,
They need face-to-face contact so they can let their emotions out.
Smith says looking back now, he and his wife can see that Spencer was different. He was excited about the upcoming Brunswick Dragons football season until it was canceled.
He was pretty devastated.
Smith says he hopes something positive comes from Spencer's death and that the school board in Brunswick and others across the state listen to parents and let students be together in person if they feel comfortable doing so.
All righty, that was from No Nate Barquez. Where are we? How did we get back here? Here we go. All right, this is from No Nate Barquez. Drop the link.
Until earlier this month, Chris Buckner was looking forward to seeing his son Dylan graduate and go on to college.
I thought Dylan had the perfect life. I mean, he was a smart kid. He was an athletic kid. He had tons of friends.
But the star quarterback of the Glenbrook North football team had also been battling depression for some time. And 2 weeks ago, his father says something clicked in his brain, and Dylan took his own life.
We don't know when a child suffering from anxiety or depression will have a trigger that sets off something like this that's so tragic and so sad.
Psychotherapist Kate Schneider says she's seen a dramatic increase in mental health issues among young people in recent months. She says among the warning signs parents should look for include a big change in behavior, such as going from talkative to quiet, spending more time in isolation, like one's bedroom, and doing less connecting with friends. Some parents say mental health concerns are one of the main reasons for their rallies to reopen schools and sports, despite the threat of COVID-19.
I take very seriously the value that recreational outlets offer the physical and the mental health of our children. I also take very seriously the need to protect them.
Chris Buckner, however, says he believes suicide is a bigger risk to many kids than COVID-19.
I believe that if COVID hadn't happened, or if the country's response to COVID was better, that Dylan would still be here today.
His father says Dylan Buckner never exhibited any of the warning signs that they noticed before his first suicide attempt last fall. They're talking about it now to try to keep other families from suffering a similar tragedy.
Hey, if you like that video, be sure to subscribe to our ABC7 Chicago YouTube channel.
It's also from No Night by Cares.
Attention.
Can you see it? Y'all can see it.
Many children and teenagers are feeling isolated this year, especially now that the holidays are upon us. Remote learning and social distancing have drastically reduced the quality of life for millions of kids across the U.S. because of the pandemic. The CDC has reported mental health-related emergency department visits were up 24% for 5 to 11-year-olds and 31% for 12 to 17-year-olds from April through October compared to last year. Ramani Dravasula joins me now. She's a clinical psychologist and the author of Don't You Know Who I Am? How to Stay Sane in an Era of Narcissism, Entitlement, and Incivility. Dr. Welcome, thank you so much for joining us. What losses have teenagers in particular experienced during the pandemic compared to younger children?
Teenagers have really lost out when it comes to peer relationships. In adolescence, peer relationships actually matter more almost than family relationships. That's where they get their reality checks. That's where they share their problems. So they've lost that. They've lost a lot of the benchmarks that are so significant in high school, graduations and proms, even how the things that they don't like taking standardized tests, going into a classroom, sharing ideas. They may complain about going to school. Teenagers actually don't mind as much as we think. We don't give them enough credit. They're missing out on dating, meeting new people, flirting. Those things are they're a natural part of adolescence. This is a generation that's going to have lost a year to a year and a half of this. And there's all kinds of other routines that are part of adolescence. I don't know, sitting in your car and chatting with friends, parties, all of that has gone. And I think that's going to significantly impact teenagers in a different way, obviously, than it does kids. But also keep in mind, I think we often undersell adolescents in terms of how much empathy they have for their families. It seems like they're not empathic. I've got a teenager, I get it, but they are. And a lot of them are acutely aware of the hardships their parents are going through in terms of money, in terms of lost jobs, in terms of fears about health. And they're really struggling with that. And they often don't know where to take that powerlessness because they can't make it go away. And that can come out in so many ways. So I think teenagers in some ways are shouldering the burdens of both children and adults during this pandemic.
And what are the repercussions of that over the long term? Because obviously, the teenage years are sort of the bridge between childhood and adulthood. Mm-hmm. Are these problems that could, we could see crop up as they become adults, things that they weren't mm-hmm. able to deal with or develop through these crucial years? How will that affect their early adulthood?
There's so much uncertainty, Tanya. I think that's the biggest concern we have here is how much uncertainty they're living with. And the more uncertainty somebody has to struggle with, the more likely it is that they might go on to develop anxiety. And this anxiety can really track them into adulthood, where it might make them much more uneasy with other uncertainties as they come. The world doesn't feel like a safe place right now. And in some ways, we're building this in all ways, we're building this airplane in the sky. So I don't even feel like adults are able to adequately mentor teenagers at this point, because I have to say, as somebody who works with college students, they're asking me questions that I've never even had to consider. So those of us who are supposed to be the ones giving guidance are also trying to figure out how to make the world feel like a more predictable place for them when it's not predictable at all. So I really do worry about the sort of anxiety that people are going to struggle with as they go into adulthood. And given how uncertain the economy is, they're wondering what's going to happen as I go into adulthood and try to find a job. I have a college-age daughter who's saying, I don't even know what kind of world I'm going into in terms of trying to find a job. And that kind of stuff actually does keep teenagers and young adults up at night. And so we have to realize we don't have those answers. Economists don't have those answers. And teenagers are struggling with this. So it may be a while before they find their footing and feel sort of fully secure as adults. All of us in the mental health profession know that one of the long-term effects of this pandemic, long after vaccines are given and we become healthy again, is going to be the mental health impacts. Just because we have a vaccine, just because we're no longer at risk, doesn't mean all of that anxiety, depression, and the other mental health impacts are going to go away. They may even become worse.
Yeah, absolutely. And so then what can we do, those of us with teenagers or, you know, the
Yeah.
people surrounding teenagers, what can we do to support them? As you just said, a lot of their anxieties are our anxieties, right? As
Yeah.
adults, we share the same insecurities and fear of the unknown and what's going to happen after the pandemic. So should we try to pretend like everything is okay to make them feel better? What can we do to support teenagers?
The biggest mistake we make with teenagers is we don't listen to them. It's a mistake I make all the time. It's a mistake we all make all the time. Listen to them and don't minimize their concerns. Teenagers sometimes can be bigger in how they express their concerns. We might even think they're being dramatic. Don't invalidate them. Don't minimize them. And the pandemic is hitting them in ways that we as adults don't understand. They're a lot younger than us. So they're losing a larger percentage of their life to this. As adults, we can be circumspect. It's not fair to hold them to that same standard, but it's also not fair to minimize their concerns. Be present with them. Listen to their concerns, but always remember, you only get to play high school sports once. You only get a high school play once. You only get one graduation. So we can say, oh, these aren't big deals. You know, in life, it'll seem small. Yeah, maybe it will seem small in 20 years. It doesn't seem small now. So we have to simply be present. And we as parents always want to fix everything for our kids, right? We can't fix this one. This one's not going to go away. And there's a real, to me, concern when a parent tries to be overly and falsely positive, because not only does it invalidate the concerns of your child, it can actually leave them feeling like they're doing something wrong. Like, how come I'm not seeing the positive in this? What's wrong with me? Nothing's wrong with them. And I think that for a parent right now, to just be present with your child's anxieties, to hear them, to reflect them back, to say that you get it, and just give them a chance. We were able to hold them when they were 2 and 3-year-olds and crying it out. Adolescents may not cry it out in the same way, but just being present, but also being mindful. We've got to keep an eye on our teenagers right now. Look, if you see changes, significant changes in sleep, appetite, they're becoming more isolated, that you're noticing differences in their behavior, that is definitely sounding an alarm bell to talk to them and consider getting much more, much more responsive mental health services. Look for those changes. Pay attention to your teen, be present, listen, and don't try to fix anything and everything. None of us have all the answers, not even those of us who are doing mental health work. And so parents are really struggling with this. Just listen to them.
Great advice, Dr. Ramani Durvasula. Thank you so much for joining us. We could all use a little bit more of time with our kids, whether younger or teenagers, and just sit and listen to their concerns. Thank you so much.
Thank you. It's my pleasure.
Age 49 to 63 and not able to work? This message is for you. New rules in 2020 now make it easier for millions of Americans just like you to qualify for up to $3,011 a month in government support. These special rules now make it much easier to claim these benefits that get deposited directly into your bank account every month. If you've had a full-time job in the last 5 years, then you've been paying into a system that's designed to help you if you're currently out of work. I'm sure you remember those deductions being taken out of your paycheck, right? Those deductions mean you are likely eligible for money you may not even know about. To check your eligibility, just complete a simple 1-minute form. To get started, click the link below, then on the next page, answer a few questions, and you'll be done in a snap.
Monster Math presents Addition Below 10. Okay, class, let's begin. What is 5 plus 3? We can solve the problem by counting on. We start with the bigger number, 5. And then we count on. 5, 6, 7, 8. Well done. Now try this one. What is 4 plus 6? Again, we start with the bigger number, 6. Know the answer? Enter it on Monster Math, where you can make your very own monster avatar and earn pets for the math problems you get right. And parents, a real teacher explains any problem your child misses, so they can learn all by themselves. If you enjoyed watching this quick lesson, click Play Now to try out some more math problems. Or let's do some more problems together here. Try this one. What is 2 plus 7? Click Play Now to check your answer. Again, we start with the bigger number, 7. 7, 8, 9. Let's try it.
New York police need help finding the man in this mostly green hoodie. They believe he pulled the trigger in a stray bullet shooting in Harlem around 8:30 at night, January 9th. A 39-year-old man was walking down 134th Street and Amsterdam Avenue when he says he felt a sudden pain in his leg, realized he had been shot. Anyone with any information is asked to call NYPD's Crime Stoppers hotline. The phone number is 1-800-577-TIPS. Katie Johnston for CBSNewYork.com.
The nail buffer is an
Texas, this week has been a crisis within a crisis. The winter storm coming at a time when many are already financially strapped on the brink due to the pandemic. But there is help. I-Team reporter Brian New with what you need to know about a new $1.3 billion Texas relief program that could help you pay rent and your next heating bill.
For far too many Texans, the question this week has been not only can I stay warm, can I afford it? Can I afford to warm my house? Can I afford to stay in a hotel if needed? Can I afford an unforeseen expense caused by the frigid temperatures?
The need is great and it's climbing.
Bobby Wilkinson with the Texas Department of Housing says in times like these, no one should be worried about whether they can pay rent or an upcoming utility bill. But with historic unemployment this past year, that's the case for an estimated 1.7 million Texans.
I think anytime that an individual has trouble meeting a basic need for themselves, or even probably especially for their family, it's got to be immensely stressful.
This week, the state began accepting applications for the largest ever statewide rent and utilities relief program, $1.3 billion to go to low and middle income Texans who have been financially impacted by the pandemic. The money can be used for 3 months of overdue rent and utility bills, or going forward for the next 3 months. Landlords can also apply on behalf of their tenants. So here are the 3 things you need to write down. We also have this up on our website as well. To apply, go to texasrentrelief.com, or you can call 1-833-9TX-RENT. The other thing you need to write down is February 20th.
I don't know if that will help out Liz or M. Wood, but thought I would show that. Let's grab another video. Hold on, y'all. I'm not feeling well right now. Just bear with me. These videos is giving me a break. "32-second commercial, really?"
Going right over to Marty Bass for a look at the current conditions. Take it from 3 people who were out in it this morning and a whole bunch of folks behind the scenes. It was just flat out gnarly. There was very little improvement overnight. As a matter of fact, there were worsening conditions. That is all changing. We're coming up to the very end of this deal. Western Shore is now cleared. Eastern Shore before not too long, but I want to show you something impressive. This moisture plume goes all the way down through South Florida, and if there was radar in the Gulf of Mexico, you could track it all the way to the Yucatan Peninsula. This is one heck of a weather system. Satellite photo shows some breaks in the action out to the west, maybe a few peaks of sun as we move through the latter part of the afternoon. And there you pretty much have it. Advisories still in effect for the Eastern Shore. They've been dropped the Route 50 corridor, the Delmarva, and Southern Maryland as of just a few minutes ago. These will stay intact for another couple of hours. Like I said, almost done. And then we kind of get into a little bit of a different scenario. Let's bring in meteorologist Meg McNamara. 33 degrees right now, Meg. Winter has set in, finally. Take it away. Good afternoon.
Yes, finally, and now it is not seeming to let up, but we do have some promising numbers to show you. But when we take a look at really the national temperatures, particularly focusing in here on the mid-Atlantic portions of the East Coast, you can see that we are in very good company with these frigid temperatures. In fact, making Baltimore look actually like one of the hot spots here. So when we compare ourselves to places just off to the west there, in the 20s, and then a little bit further off to the west in the teens. So, you know, we will take our 33 degrees. Well, we talk about what we can expect over the next 5 days. A hopeful sign. So temperatures are on the rise. Not in time for our weekend, though. Our weekend, that frigid cold air really kind of settling in. We get just above freezing, barely tomorrow, and then more like the upper 30s for the second half of the weekend. But 56 by Wednesday. I think that is just the promise that we need to hold on to while we suffer through the cold. Of course, we'll have more details coming up in the full forecast with Marty Bass in just a little bit. For now, though, I'm meteorologist Meg McNamara, and I'll send things back to TV.
I don't know about y'all. I'm going for a bike ride, 56 degrees. I'm not going to be in the house. God willing, I won't be in the house. Yeah, where we at?
Now,
YouTube sure is getting desperate with the commercials. I mean,
Is still stuck in the purple tier of reopening tonight, but that may not be the case much longer. KPIX5's Betty Yu reports with numbers going in the right direction. Well, these 3 counties could soon relax restrictions. Betty?
Alan, the governor says we are in a very different place tonight than we were just 1 month ago because of hard work and masking. San Mateo is one of 3 Bay Area counties that could move into the red tier as early as next week. Sapore Italiano in downtown Burlingame was bustling this evening. And come next week, it could get even busier.
It will be unbelievable. Really, we need to have this 25% indoor. It will be great.
San Mateo, San Francisco, and Marin counties are poised to enter the red tier. Indoor dining would be allowed at 25% capacity. Movie theaters and indoor fitness centers could also operate at limited capacity.
It's great news that the cases are improving. I think it's partially that people have been, we've been really locked down in the purple tier. And then beyond that, we're way past the holidays. And then beyond that, I'm beginning to hope that vaccines could be having some effect in our society in the United States.
California's positivity rate stands at 3.3% today, down from 11.3% a month ago. In that time, cases have fallen from more than 42,000 to about 4,000 today.
As a resident, it feels great. I think it's great news for businesses, the children, and our lifestyle around here in Burlingame.
San Mateo County Supervisor David Canepa is cautiously optimistic that this time around, the downward trend won't be easily reversed.
I think it's a moment of encouragement, and we control our destiny. Remember, when we went back, we didn't have the vaccine. We didn't. Now we're beginning to learn more about it.
And we will likely find out on Tuesday from state health officials which county will move tiers. Back to you.
He's there on commercials.
A stolen van, an unusual food drop-off, everyday people shaking hands and trying to take selfies with a female suspect who was then picked up by another driver. A wild police pursuit is finally over. Welcome to KCAL 9 News at noon and streaming on CBSN Los Angeles. I'm Amy Johnson. Now, that wild and dangerous police pursuit this morning circled through the streets of Alhambra, El Sereno, Lincoln Heights, and downtown LA. KCAL 9's Tina Patel is live on Warwick Avenue in El Sereno, where this chase came to an end. Tina?
Good morning, Amy. Yeah, what you said, this was a very bizarre chase. It ended here in the second vehicle just behind me. The police actually got that second vehicle towed away, and everyone that had come out of their houses to see what was going on have now gone back in. But before we get to how it ended, let's show you some of the more bizarre moments along the way. Take a look at this video. The woman was driving a stolen van that was taken out of the Alhambra area, and Alhambra police were keeping an eye as she drove erratically. But what was very strange is she ended up in a residential neighborhood near El Sereno, where we are right now, got out with what looked like a bag of food, leaving it at a house there. Now take a look at this other video, because after making that food drop off, she spent a lot of time driving in the residential streets of this area. And we don't know if she knew people in the area or if people saw that the chase was going on and came out. But several people came out to the street, had conversations with that woman driver, took selfies. At some point, was just shaking hands. Very weird to see that much interaction between someone trying to get away from law enforcement and seemingly making time for the public. Now look at this video, because although we saw the first hour or so of this chase was the woman driving around in that van, at one point she ditched the van and got into a second vehicle, a Mini Cooper. Two other women were in that car. We understand from police that they either family or friends of that victim. So she got out, got into the car with them, and they took off again. Finally, that chase came to an end when that car pulled over in this El Sereno neighborhood. Police took those two women, the driver and another passenger, into custody first. The original suspect, they had her stay in the vehicle after she initially got out. And once they were sure that the driver was in custody and that the chase would not keep going on, then they took that woman who originally started this all into custody. Now, as we come back out here live, we understand that police are not only talking to witnesses, but also talking to some friends and family of that woman. They are looking into the possibility that she might be suffering from some mental issues. Certainly very strange moments, especially seeing her making food deliveries while all this was going on. Amy, the good thing that we can say is that it all ended peacefully, even though there was some dangerous driving along the way. No one got hurt, and everybody was taken into custody without any further incident.
God darn. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Go back in. All right, y'all. This woman, 40 years old. Just keep that in mind.
Maryland State Police are looking for a woman wanted for 2 robberies in Calvert County. 40-year-old Cherie Sinise Weems is suspected of strong-arm robberies at 2 gas stations, jumping over the counter, assaulting the clerk, and taking money from the register. She fled both scenes in a Ford F-150. 2 other men were arrested when their vehicle was found at a liquor store. If you see her, please call police.
That woman, why was she looked like that at 40? Why is she out there robbing convenience stores? Just got to ask yourself.
Police on Long Island have made an arrest in the hit and run death of the father of rapper and songwriter Nicki Minaj.
The driver turned himself in today and faced a judge. CBS 2's Carolyn Gussow has a story from Mineola.
70-year-old Charles Polovich said nothing en route to arraignment, accused as the driver that struck 64-year-old Robert Mirage, got out of his car, looked at the dying victim, then kept driving.
They asked me, is he alive? Is he unconscious? And I screamed, there was somebody else out there. And I said, they're asking me if they said he was breathing, and that's all I know.
On busy Roslyn Road in Mineola, neighbors say it appears the victim, navigating around snow, was walking in the street. Nicki Minaj, who changed her name from Mirage, has not publicly commented on her father's death.
Nicki Minaj makes no secret of her estrangement to her father. On her website, she calls him a severe drug addict with a long history of violence.
The accused driver charged with leaving the scene and tampering with evidence. His attorney, Michael Scotto, described it as a tragic accident, adding their thoughts are with the Mirage family. Nassau police say through surveillance video, they tracked the car to his nearby Mineola home, where he hid the damaged vehicle in this detached garage.
Secreted it in the garage, covered it up, did things to alter us being able to discover that car.
Had he not fled, Polovich may not have been charged. The defendant, who lives most of the year in Guam, was ordered to turn over his passport and released on a $250,000 bond. In Mineola, Long Island, Carolyn Gussow, CBS 2 News.
$250,000 bond. You know, and that was just stupid. That was a hit and run. It might have been accidental, but he panicked. So was he on drugs? I don't know. No jokes, anybody.
A gunman who killed the son of a federal judge may have also intended to target a Supreme Court justice. Judge Esther Salas was in her New Jersey basement last year when a gunman dressed in a FedEx uniform opened fire at the front door. Her 20-year-old son was killed and her husband was critically wounded. The gunman and attorney who had argued a case before Salas later took his own life. After the shooting, Salas successfully pushed for a New Jersey law that safeguards personal information of judges and other officials. 60 Minutes correspondent Bill Whitaker spoke to Salas about a chilling discovery by the FBI.
Judge Salas has become a crusader for federal legislation to scrub judges' personal information from the internet. Her mission became more urgent when the FBI discovered a second locker in New Jersey belonging to her son's killer.
What did they find? What was in the locker?
They found another gun, a Glock, more ammunition. But the most troubling thing they found was a manila folder with a workup on Justice Sonia Sotomayor.
Supreme Court Justice Sotomayor.
Yes. Chilling.
What do you think? You find that a Supreme Court justice was on his
No jokes, y'all.
list.
More than on his list, on his sites.
Stalking her like he had stalked you?
Who knows what could have happened? But we need to understand that judges are at risk. We need to understand that we put ourselves in great danger every day for doing our jobs.
Wow.
I remember that story very
Yeah,
well, and
yeah.
listen, it was heartbreaking on many levels.
It caught my attention too. His next target was Judge Sonia Sotomayor. All right, get to the next story.
Back now at 7:30, and the White House said this week it supports the study of reparations for Black Americans. In Congress, H.R. 40, that's a bill, would examine the history of slavery and discriminatory government policies and suggest ways to address inequality. Consider this: the typical white household has about 10 times the accumulated wealth of the typical Black household. It's an issue we began looking into last summer on the campaign trail, and we found what many scholars say is the root of this racial wealth gap. It's not entirely in slavery or some century-old wrong, but in fact in the modern suburbs, and it touches on my own family's history.
In 1953, my grandfather, Rudy DeCopel, became a homeowner, moving my grandmother and 3 kids, including my dad, out of a tiny apartment in Manhattan and into a new house in Lyndhurst, New Jersey, one of America's growing suburbs. After World War II, millions of families made a similar move.
Families are pursuing the American dream to give their children a better chance in life.
A lot of them were masons, carpenters, farmers.
Working class.
Working class.
Proudly so.
Definitely.
Bob Jangeruso is the mayor of Lyndhurst and a lifelong resident.
We had great childhood here. It's priceless. One of the best places you could ever imagine to grow up.
And Joe Cafone, a retired police officer, is an unofficial town historian.
It sounds like a classic American suburb.
That's it. That's exactly. That's a really good way to put it.
But America's suburbs have another story, less often told, about who was able to buy these homes and benefit from that boom time economy, and who was not.
It's just a remarkable record of exclusion.
David Trout is a law professor at Rutgers University, Newark.
It is not accidental, and it is not just a question of bad attitudes. It's a question about inequitable rules.
From the 1930s to the 1960s, the major federal programs that developed the suburbs and guaranteed mortgages were for whites only, first as a matter of policy and later in practice. Redlining, for example, is a term that comes from these 1940s era maps adopted by the Federal Housing Authority. Green, blue, and yellow areas were typically eligible for government-backed loans and investment. The red areas were not, leaving them starved for resources.
Good point, my dog.
At Lyndhurst and the surrounding county, where my great-grandparents also owned a home, I noticed those redlined areas had a lot in common.
They were anywhere from 45% to 95% Negro, the term used. Some had wells spoiled by typhoid. Some did not have city gas or utilities going to all the properties. Some were divided off by a railroad line or an elevated train, so physical segregation in addition to everything else. Any of that surprise you?
Not at all. In fact, you can multiply those findings across the country. Those who were fortunate enough to enjoy the largesse of this government were able to see benefits accrue over generations, which they could then share with their children and their grandchildren. And so to be left out of that process of household wealth accumulation has been devastating for Black families.
By 1950, about half the new home purchases in America were made with government-backed loans. But 98% of them went to white buyers. And among veterans like my grandfather in the lucrative New York, New Jersey area, it was more than 99%. It's an uncomfortable fact that families like mine are only just beginning to face.
Wait a minute, you're telling me they were only going to mortgage white people?
Yeah.
For you to say that Lyndhurst is the way it is, because it almost implies that Lyndhurst was racist.
No, this is my family too. I'm not saying that. I'm saying we had no idea.
You're right. Most people would not have known that the federal government had this program in place.
A lot of people did not know.
But a lot of people, Lee Porter among them, were personally, physically aware that racist policies prevented Black families from moving into highly desired neighborhoods.
I didn't call it redlining, but yeah, that's what it was.
What did you call it?
We call it, this is the area that persons of color can live.
At 94 years old, Porter still runs the Fair Housing Council of Bergen County.
You've been called the mother of fair housing in New Jersey.
I don't know how that happened.
She's been here since the 1960s, when she and her husband were blocked from buying homes they could afford.
How did you feel when you found out that real estate agents were steering you away from the white houses?
I was quite angry about it, but I was persistent. I was determined to get what I wanted, the same as anybody else.
Quite angry sounds like an understatement.
We managed. We did okay.
But Black families who couldn't own those nicer homes have not been able to build the same wealth over time. Many Americans, me included, are only just now coming to terms with how big a role our federal government had in enforcing discrimination. The question now is, what are we going to do about it?
The one thing that I'm struggling with, and this is as somebody whose family came through here, is when I looked at the old maps, just over the river, the areas were redlined by the federal government, meaning they weren't worthy of mortgages, and Lyndhurst wasn't redlined. What do you do with that knowledge?
You move on. Come on, it's more God's people.
Now that we do know,
Right.
what do we do about it?
You know, that's a good question. I don't have the answer to that, Tony. I wish I did.
That's a very honest answer too. What
Yeah.
are we going to do about it? That's jaw-dropping to me. 98%
Yeah, 99 in this area.
went to white families.
99.
So it begins the wealth gap.
That is the origin of the racial wealth gap in this country. This is where history shows up in your wallet.
Yeah.
And, you know, Bob and Joe, who I appreciate having a very difficult and uncomfortable
too.
conversation
I
with
do
me,
too.
they're representative of where most white Americans are today. 80 or 90% don't know what to do about it or think we should just start today and be better in the future. But how do we deal
How
with
do you
the
catch
past?
up, though?
How do you catch
Yeah,
up? It's
yeah,
like it's
yeah.
like, okay, we've been running a race,
Yes.
and now we're going to follow the rules of the race, but don't worry about the head start.
Yes.
Yeah, it's
that
a real
matters.
dilemma because it compounded as you point out in the piece over generations.
Yes.
It's not just one family lost opportunity that goes on to their descendants and the descendants after them, and it's gone on, you know, for decades.
And continues. Your
Yep.
professor said it right. A remarkable record of exclusion. But can we just take a moment to acknowledge Lee Porter? I bow down to her. What a class act.
She is the woman who
And
got
she's 94.
Senator Cory Booker's family was in Bergen County and got in through her work.
I didn't know it was her.
Yeah. So
It's an amazing piece.
yeah, thank you.
A lot of people need to see that piece, Tony.
Ask ourselves, what are we going to do about it? The White House is asking Americans to consider it, to study it.
All righty, this one on Neighbor Cares. So they finally talking about some reparations. We'll see. You got a commercial? Make sure y'all can see it. Yes, you can.
Information about the first month of vaccines and cases of allergic reactions, which they say, quote, is rare. Vaccine providers turning away people with a history of allergic reactions to other medications. 11 Alive's John Sherrick is on that story for us tonight.
It took persistence and an iron will for Mary Baker to get an appointment for a COVID vaccination at Gwinnett Place Mall from the Gwinnett County Health Department. Mary Baker is 77, and when she arrived, someone helped her fill out her medical history forms since she didn't know how to do that online in advance. And then they turned her away.
They looked at me and told me they could not give me the vaccine.
It turns out that Mary Baker once had an allergic reaction to penicillin that nearly killed her. So now the health department was telling her that for her own safety, she needed to get her COVID vaccine in a hospital or a doctor's office.
But I had been trying so hard to get an appointment to get the shot. I was really disappointed.
Serious allergic reaction from the COVID vaccine is a risk, according to the CDC, but it's rare. On Friday, the CDC released new numbers from the first month of the vaccination program nationwide. 13.8 million people got the shots. 62 of them had severe allergic reactions. So the director of the Gwinnett Rockdale Newton Health District, Dr. Audrey Arona, tells me her staff has turned away 3 or 4 people so far out of 40,000 who have received the shots.
Or we definitely err on the side of caution. And it doesn't mean she can't get the vaccine. She just needs to have it done in a safer location.
As for people allergic to bee stings or certain foods who have had bad reactions from those, but not from shots,
We still allow vaccines to be given to those individuals. We just watch them for 30 minutes after their vaccination.
Mary Baker says she's grateful they erred on the side of caution for her. She's back on the hunt.
Oh, trying to find somebody where I can get an appointment.
With her persistence and iron will.
I'm not allergic to penicillin like that lady, but I'm allergic to codeine. They gave me Tylenol with codeine. Man, they called 3 ambulances for me. That's how bad I fell apart. I thought I was having a heart attack. All right, so let's get the CV numbers in. 28,603,813 known cases of the coronavirus. We got 507,746 deaths. So let's look at the numbers. Because we already know that California knows how to party in the city of LA, where they wish the gangs and CV would go away. Hey, I'm talking about California in the city called Watts. Crime in the CV, that's all the heck they got, because I'm talking about California. They got 5,355 new cases. They lost 332 people. They got 1,655,000 infected. Texas, 5,147 new cases. They lost 203 people. They got 237,000 infected. Florida, 6,683 new cases. They lost 216 people. They got 790,000 infected. New York, they got 8,963 new cases. They lost 145 people. They got 908,500 infected. Illinois, 2,219 new cases. They lost 75 people. They got 105,000 people infected. Georgia on my mind. I caught the midnight train to Georgia, and I'm bringing the CV. I bought from California. They got 3,679 new cases. They lost 207 people. They got 512,500 infected. Ohio, 2,306 new cases. They lost 91 people. They got 52,000 infected. Pennsylvania, 2,794 new cases. They lost 81 people. They got 90,500 infected. There ain't nothing finer than the mountain ranges of North Carolina. They got 3,227 new cases. They lost 54 people. They got 60,500 infected. Arizona, 1,918 new cases. They lost 145 people. They got 675,000 infected. Tennessee, Tennessee, they got 1,372 new cases. They lost 7 people. They got 17,500 infected. New Jersey, 3,047 new cases today. They lost 53 people. They got 253,000 infected. Indiana, I said, ooh-wee, somebody better find my hookah. They got 1,035 new cases in Indiana today. They lost 45 people. They got 213,500 infected. Michigan, what up, though? They got 1,473 new cases. They lost 23 people. They got 101,000 infected. Massachusetts, 1,118 new cases. They lost 40 people. They got 38,500 infected. Virginia, 2,034 new cases. They lost 8 people. They got 507,500 infected. Wisconsin, 774 new cases. They lost 35 people. They got 9,700 people infected. Missouri, no stats. Ain't nothing finer than the beaches of South Carolina. They got 2,893 new cases. They lost 58 people. They got 263,000 infected. Alabama, I said Alabama. They got 847 new cases. They lost 149 people. They got 200,500 people infected. Minnesota, 995 new cases. They lost 8 people. They got 7,300 infected. Louisiana, they got 441 new cases. They lost 34 people. They got 16,000 infected. Colorado, they got 1,280 new cases. They lost 14 people. They got 221 and a half still infected. Oklahoma, 869 new cases. They lost 20 people. They got 16,500 infected. Oh, shucky ducky. It's time to go to Mitch McConnell, state of Kentucky. They got 1,958 new cases. They lost 28 people. They got 344,000 infected. Ain't nobody caroling in my state of Maryland. We got 1,008 new cases a day. We lost 16 people. Thank God I ain't one of them. We got almost 358,000 infected. Quick draw McGraw. Let's go to Utah. 857 new cases. They lost 21 people. They got 21,500 infected. Washington State, 866 new cases. They lost 19 people. They got 168,000 infected. Iowa. Iowa, 381 new cases. They lost 15 people. They got almost 19,000 infected. The fake Kansas, Arkansas, 268 new cases. They lost 13 people. They got 65 infected. Kansas. I'm sorry, I got thrown off for a second. Kansas, they're going to sneeze on down the road. They're going to sneeze on down the road. Carrying that CV must be a heavy load. They're going to sneeze on down the road. New cases, they got none. They lost 85 people today, though, no active stats. That's why I was thrown off. They had no new cases today. Nevada, 420 new cases. They lost 26 people. They got 64,500 infected. You got Mississippi. You got M-I, crooked letter I, crooked letter I, humpback I. Mississippi, you got 360 new cases. They only lost 3. They got 19,000 infected. Connecticut, however you pronounce it, 1,198 new cases. They lost 27 people. They got 177,000 infected. Nebraska has no stats. New Mexico. I said New Mexico. They got 311 new cases. They lost 19 people. They got 50,000 infected. Idaho. Idaho. 314 new cases, and they lost none. They got 75,500 infected. Oregon, 477 new cases today, and they lost none. They got no stats. West Virginia, 295 new cases today. They lost 12 people. They got 9,600 infected. It's time to roll that R. I said Rhode Island. We can do better than that. I said Rhode Island. They got 286 new cases. They lost 9 people. They got 113,000 infected. South Dakota, 147 new cases. They lost 6 people. They got 2,000 infected. North Dakota, 119 new cases, and they lost none. They got 854 infected. Somebody called Tito Santana, because I'm going to watch him wrestle in Montana. They got 277 new cases. They only lost 2. They got 2,400 people infected in Montana. Delaware, I said Delaware. They got 329 new cases. They lost 17 people. No stats. New Hampshire, they got 368 new cases. They only lost 2. They got 3,000 infected. Alaska, 189 new cases today, and they lost none. And they got no stats. Wyoming, 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 152 new cases today, and they lost none. They got 762 infected. It's a pain to live in Maine. It's so plain. It's always the same. It's so boring. It's bound to leave you snoring. It's a pain to live in Maine. Maine, 134 new cases today. They only lost 1. They got 30,000 infected. The District of Columbia, 160 new cases. They only lost 1. They got 10,000 infected. Hawaii, Hawaii 5-0. They got 48 new cases. They only lost 2. No stats for the island. It's time to go to Nodha country. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Nodha country, the state of Vermont. They got 102 cases and they lost none. They got 2,600 infected. Puerto Rico, it's time to roll that. Oh, we can do better than that. I said Puerto Rico. They got 437 new cases. They lost 7 people. They got 84,000 infected. The island of Guam, they picked up 10 new cases of the coronavirus, and they lost none. They got 57 people infected. United States Virgin Islands, they picked up 7 cases, and they lost none. They got 86 people infected. No stats for the Maria Islands, no stats for the American Samoa. The U.S. military, 5,612 new cases today. They only lost 5. They got 72,000 infected. Veteran Affairs, they picked up 207 new cases. They lost 33 people. They got 6,000 infected. Federal prison, they got 103 new cases, and they lost none. 3,477 prisoners still infected. The Navajo Nation, they got 78 new cases. They lost 11 people. They got 12,500 infected. And let's get to our totals, y'all. In the United States, 28,603,813 total cases of the coronavirus. New cases today, 78,640. Total deaths, 507,746. New deaths today, 2,428. How many people are walking around the United States infected right now that we know of? 9,292,344. That's our CV numbers for the day, y'all. Whew, I'm out of breath. Whew. Anybody still here? Whew. All right. I'm in the mood to hear a song, and then we'll get ready to get out of here. That music hit me. I said if it hit me. The musician that's on a mission. Listen back and see one of these. That's what they kept right on me. erase the mental the void. So if you think you're ready, bring your toys and props. Take it, don't get dropped in the first round. Can you deal with the underground rovers in the rap? You might, if you can recall. The root source, before the music became watered down with NWA and other gangster clowns. Remember LL before it started with the house. Remember like before she took AC from her name. She crossed over and her shit went lame. Get the point. Crossing over only lasts for a while. You can't substitute. Flash for style, especially in vocal intercourse. You gotta be yourself. You'll get lost feeling like someone else. You'll be exposed. You can't make the transition from style to style. You'll get stripped up without a stammer. And instead of sounding hard, you'll sound like hammer when you're dealing and vocal intercourse. You suckers ain't coming from the root source, you ain't down. That's why you can't handle the force. The rhymes that I've been circumvent at will. Times at a standstill, so I released it. I got it like that, so don't step to me. If your style is good night, NNC. You gotta watch your back or you might get checked by my MC who has it act together. Can you weather the storm? I generate the underground sound. I dominate and control. So enter the black hole. If you're there, you're all scared because you're not prepared. There's no dancers. There's no ladies of light. Just bring your mic and be ready to fight. 10 rounds of action. Actions of all sorts. Let's engage and vote for intercourse. Here I come to save the day. Ready for whatever. Think it's better. Think again. This is vote for intercourse. You can't win. This is a battle of wits and skills. And you hip hop artists don't fit the bill. Those booty raps might work in the streets, but in the underground they pack no heat or sizzle. Leave them on. Federal or Biddle or North and Penn or around the fence. It doesn't matter. I'll splatter those phony hotels in the grip. And if you sound like an old hip-hop grip, I rip that fake gangster shit to shred. Get it, be hip-hop 10. Pull up your pants and prepare for this pause anywhere about. So I can knock your ass out. Next up, this is Vocal in the Court. If you don't drink on the wall of the root source, I know you can't bang and vocal intercourse. What's that road? One man show. I don't want to play all I'm done. Vocal intercourse. All righty. Oops. All righty, y'all. Y'all have a great night. Thanks for hanging out with me. I would like to say it was a good show, but it wasn't. But I hope that we brought awareness about the vaccine, and I hope that we helped you in your decision, because the time's going to come when it's going to be offered to you, and are you going to take it? My personal opinion, I don't think it's worth the risk for me. I won't speak for nobody else, but I got enough things going against me. The last thing I need is to be knocked further down. The only thrill that I get really is to go and ride the bike. And it's not as powerful as I would want it to be, but I could be in better shape. But I couldn't imagine not being able to wheel around. If something did happen and I can only take the scooter, then how would I get it down the steps? So I can't risk my mobility. I'm dead serious. I can't risk my mobility. So I'm not going to put that on the line. I'll take my chances with the disease and hope I can survive catching it. As many people that's in this state, hopefully I haven't caught it already. But I definitely, I'm not telling you not to take it, because if more you take it, then I don't have to, because I don't have to worry about you infecting me. So that's why it works either way. If you don't have it, you can't pass it. And if you have the vaccine, you can't pass it, supposedly. So we'll see how it works out. We take one day at a time. Thank you to everybody that came by. Liz, Naya, No Night by Kez, Mud Duck, Jay, Chung Lee. Who else stopped by? The True Freeman Troll, Liz. I hope y'all have a great night. Hope y'all have a great day. For those of y'all down there in Texas and in the Midwest that's having the bad weather, I hope you get a break tomorrow. We still have a couple more days of it being so-so, but man, that 56 degrees, I'm telling you, I'm going to be out there riding. I'm going to be out there enjoying it. 56 degrees. Just wish we had more battery power. I might go out, take a ride, come back in, go back out. Take me a nap, charge the bike up, and go back and ride again. We'll see. But 56 degrees. It's going to feel really good. I hope it's not windy. So, all right. Y'all have a great night. Thank y'all for coming. And y'all take it easy. We out. As Neo would say, see you soon. As I say, I'll see you later on today. Peace, everybody. We out. Thank you for watching.